These are tales of danger and the pursuit of endless riches. Adventurers and heroes from all parts of the world charging into the unknown, setting steel and magic against the most impossible foes, with each time wondering if this would be the last. Storms gather on the horizon, and evil rises from the waters of despair. These are tales of endless adventure. These are the Awakened Fables. Erin Valentia, the head of House Valentia and current king that rules over the kingdom of Ciruimon, has issued orders for a fort to be constructed along the southern border of Ciruimon, bordering Demador, where various raids have originated led by bandits and their like. In honor of the brave soldiers who will be leading the defense of the fort during its construction, a grand feast is held for the troops prior to their departure. The morning after, the army departs for the city's capital, Viribert, to travel along the King's Highway with several professionals hired by the army to sort out smaller logistical problems. A small group of mercenaries find union among themselves and are selected to push ahead of the rest of the army as a scouting party, by order of the unyielding commanding officer leading the army towards the borderlands, Eregar Droit. Upon scouting the trail ahead to an old, abandoned military outpost, it was discovered that it had been taken over by a small malignity of goblins, who was less than thrilled about the unwelcome guests. But they stood little chance against the quick and efficient clearing of the well-trained and well-equipped scouting party. With further exploration of the old outpost, a hidden door was discovered in the dust of one of the towers. The group descended in the darkness to explore. After lighting a torch, drag marks were discovered along the ground, leading towards a large nest of webs. Drawn to the light and the mass of fresh food, a giant spider emerged from the shadows. After a fierce and bloody battle, the spider was felled. The party returned to the center of the outpost to light a campfire and await their approaching allies.
So, everybody, welcome to the next adventure of the Return to Esturan campaign. We will be going through introductions for all of your characters once more, just so that everybody who's actually listening will be able to get a feel for your character and hopefully attach it to your voices. So just because I now have a in-person list of everything so I can pick on you guys with, can I please get the first introduction to come from Luke E., who is in charge of Ogre, the half-orc fighter?
Yep. I'm Luke. I play a half-orc fighter named Ogre Sog. He's an ex-soldier / marine. Yeah. Not really good at writing backstory and shit, so...
That's fair. His backstory is he likes to hit things. You don't really need much more of one than that.
Yep.
Alrighty. In that case, Luke F. with Solturum, the Azamar sorcerer.
Okay, so I come from an extremely well-respected aristocratic family in the north, though they would never publicly declare me as part of the family. There was a strange and to me unknown event which preceded my birth, which as a consequence I was born the way I am, to the great shame of my aristocratic family. I have been kept out of public view and been a secret or a badly kept one in any event since my birth, and have grown up cloistered in various remote estates with little ado other than to gather knowledge and learn my craft, which I learned very early on. I had natural magic ability. My family, while powerful, are not particularly nice and tend to maintain and grow their wealth and power by pretty immoral means, while still maintaining a facade of a respectable aristocratic family. I found that over time grating, and it became intolerable to the point where I decided I must leave and strike out on my own to make my own way in the world, and seek out knowledge to grow as a sorcerer in my chosen calling, and basically have spent the the last number of years trying to track down people that I think might have knowledge and stuff that can teach me. And I've ended up as part of this present military campaign, in some respects by accident, but also because I realise that there's probably a good chance that through this campaign I'll get to meet people that may be able to either give me knowledge or can direct me to people who do, or alternatively through adventuring come across against valuable artifacts or knowledge that way.
Alrighty, perfect. Okay, in that case, we'll move on now to Michael, who is controlling Nero, the human rogue.
So, Jorge Molinero is a private eye, ex-City Watch, now who'd been raised on the streets, never knew his father, barely knew his mother, quick with his fists, quick with his tongue. Now he's on the. Now he's looking to make a name for himself after getting thrown off the force for using for getting the answers a bit too efficiently.
Easy enough. All right, and now we'll probably get on to our lengthiest introduction over here with Rob introducing Tinkrit, the halfling bard.
Yeah. Oh, I think I've lost my volume. Hi all. Yes, I'm Rob. I'm playing Tinkrit Pipe Drone of the noble Pipe Drone family. Having acted as a spy for my noble family throughout my life, I'm seeking an easier way of life than risking my neck every second moment. Admittedly, I mostly conducted the uncovering of intelligence of use for those with economic or mercantile bent rather than that of government or military matters, but even that put me in some pretty tight scrapes. So, having told my noble parents that I no longer wanted to spy for them, they decided that I must seek other employment, like actually earn a living, and they wouldn't continue to pay my stipend. The very nerve. But like many halfling nobles, yet unmoneyed like myself, before me I decided to enter what seemed a cushy option, the halfling college of bardiness. I had visions of never having to work a day in my life, to literally sing for my supper. So feeling terribly lazy, as I normally am, and after all that hard work of staying alive as a spy, I did all that I could to shirk any real work at the college, like the study of history and the like. I kind of already knew there was all there was to know about the noble houses anyway, and I can make connections when I needed to. And I knew about the merchant houses and their stories, and I just couldn't see any need to learn anything else. But music is another matter. Music comes easily to me and always has, and with my naturally magnificent voice and ability with multiple instruments, I found that I was able to entrance audiences without even trying. Well, not too hard anyway. The wit I had to sharpen as a spy and my time in various courts and palaces also meant that my jokes also kill, not in the way that I have in the past, but a more civilized comedy tavern kind of fashion. And fencing and archery were also something of a hobby of mine, but, I hope to never have to use those. But the problem is, after completing the course in bardiness and leaving with a doctorate of bardiness, I knew that I was still missing something, and what I missed was danger, the danger I'd found in espionage, but I knew I couldn't go back to that. Enough of my friends had gone back and found themselves dead within a couple of weeks. So I didn't really want to do that. Seeking danger, I found myself walking the worst parts of town, drunk at midnight, making insulting jokes about the biggest half-orc in the bar, making a cook-old of the local mayor, doing whatever I could to get myself into danger and have the adrenaline pump again. But it was a matter of how I realised one day, sitting with a very sore head after being thumped by some thug, it was a matter of time before I'd cop it from someone, a knife in the back or a word to a constable to see me locked up on a trumped-up charge. I had to find something else that worked to get me excitement but didn't really put me in real danger. And then it came to me that adventuring would be the way to go, because warriors and wizards and rogues are the ones who put themselves in danger's way, and I could help them and stand behind them and be out of the way of real danger and yet still have a little bit of danger to get the adrenaline going. So it's the middle ground, a place where I don't have to get my hands dirty, like that time I worked as a chimney sweep for 3 weeks in order to get access to my Mark's office and her accounting books without her knowing, but still having that sense of danger. Seeing other people get hurt is exciting too, right? Or what's boxing all about? Anyway, adventuring seems to make sense. So I'll put others in harm's way and I'll support and help them through the use of my mercantile skills, my charming demeanor, my voice, my sense of style, and of course my magic. And my skill with weapons, they may be of some use too, but I hope that I don't have to use them very often. So I formed this company. I've been very lucky to find some wonderful underlings. Party members who have decided to join my. Yes, that's thank you, underling. To join my company, and we will seek to do right with me at a distance. And I'm also seeking the family heirloom of the great flaming bagpipes of dance and death. There was a large part of my family originally becoming famous, and thus the name Pipe Drone. But it's disappeared, and no one knows where it is. So that's me. That's Tinkrit Pipe Drone.
Fair enough. Alrighty, so that is all 4 of the current player characters that will be introduced into this session. For everybody else, there are more positions for those who are more interested in joining the D&D games and continuing on separately. Now, just to be again upfront, the majority of our players are operating through Roll20. However, only one of our players, I believe, is unable to actually see things. So this may slow down things just in terms of actually explaining exactly what's going on. Now, in the meantime, as of our original introductory section, where the records for it mysteriously went missing and there are no sources of it, as of our introductory session, the kingdom...
Ask the halfling.
Sorry?
Ask the halfling.
Yes, ask the halfling. Alrighty. So, the kingdom of... Let me get the pronunciation correct for you, since we're working in the Awakened Fables universe. Ciruimon, which is one of the primary human kingdoms and a member of the Democratic Council of Kingdoms of Esturan. Now, they have identified that there seems to be an increase in banditry and general negative and antisocial behaviors occurring along their southern border. And as a result, they've opted to increase their military presence and establish a fort along the southern borders. To this effect, they did arrange for a fair, 1 to farewell all of the soldiers, and 2 to give the general populace the obvious view that the kingdom is doing okay, there's nothing to worry about, please move along. As a part of these games, many of our beloved characters who were just described took part in them. There were laughter, there was an inordinate amount of vomiting, but in the end, the majority of them did pull through to win at least one of the carnival games that was being offered at the time.
Thank you very much.
Following that, they joined the military procession down south and were able to take care of clearing out a small military outpost which had apparently fallen into disrepair and become infested with 1, several goblins, and 2, what seemed like a giant spider, who decided to make the basement level its nest. After clearing that out, they were summarily rewarded with gold, and the military moved in order to pretty much sleep there for the night before continuing on with their journey. Now, it has been 1 week since the events of the last session and this current one. Let's start with the previous order that were going on from before. Olga, what have you been doing in the last 7 days?
I would probably just be trying to train up some of the grunt.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, probably a bit of hunting as well.
Yep, no worries. Did you want to do any rolls, or should we just take that as a general?
Just go as a general.
Alrighty, perfect. Luke F. with Salturum, what have you been doing over the last week?
Well, I was pretty bored around the camp, so I decided I'd help out my friend and comrade, George, in investigating some, what turned out to be petty thefts occurring in the camp.
Perfect. And coming from Speak the Devil, Michael with Nero, what did happen with that particular investigation?
So there'd been a spate of thefts amongst the soldiery. I managed to hunt down, after asking around, hunt down the likely perp. She had been conducting a steady business with the soldiery, but it turned out that wasn't enough for her. But she somehow got a sniff that I was on her heels, and she took off. No one knows where she's gone. So whilst it wasn't a complete success, it was I have managed to crack down on the thefts, and also introduced a higher standard of hygiene, however temporary, amongst the troops, and I think some of the military brass have been quite impressed.
Excellent. And lastly, Rob with Tinkrit.
Well, Tinkrit was marching up and down the order of march and entertaining the troops, and found that he wasn't getting much money from the lower class, as one would expect. Spent more time with the more noble members of the army, those who'd purchased their commission and whatnot, had a bit more silver to flow around. So I managed to make some coin that way, and did in fact hear about my minions doing some great investigation work. And I'm in the process of composing a song to laud their amazing outcome.
Perfect. Alrighty. So it seems like it's been a bit of a full-on week for the majority of you, particularly with this investigation that happened and the various performances and presumably the hunting. All right. So since then, the military procession has been continuing on south. You guys are still about 1 week away from the southern borders and the hypothetical location of the fort, which will be set up roughly about 1 day's travel from the border itself. So close enough that a military presence is going to be available, but not close enough that it might cause some political concerns for the country on the other side. In the meantime, the four of you have been traveling with the military, not as any military office, but as independent contractors, pretty much doing your thing around the camp, as has been indicated by your downtime activity. Now, due to the role of Nero and Solturum and their successful investigation, the two of you are later approached on the 8th day after our last session to be advised that there seems to have been a bit of a problem with one of the military patrols that went out on patrol the previous night. It seems that they have not returned, but the army, wanting to conserve its resources, are not able to remain in the area. Instead, they want to see whether you may be able to locate these 5 and, if necessarily, subdue them and return them to the capital for punishment if they are deserters.
Can I ask around camp to try and get a bit of background?
So, at the current time, you're camped within a very small hamlet. It is not large enough to support a very large military presence, but it is large enough that you have been able to rent out rooms in the nearby tavern. The entire area is mostly plainland, so there is a fairly large river, and as a result, there is a lot of saturated soil for a bit of a distance around the river, just from the water seeping into the water plane.
Sam, can I do an investigation roll to ask around the troops that are there to see if any of them knew the people have gone missing, and if they knew anything? Were they cowards? Were they likely to be deserters? That sort of thing.
Sure. All right, hit me up with that investigation roll. With a 4. Alrighty. So during the previous week, actually, you also need to do that at disadvantage, now that I recall, since you're dealing with the common.
Oh, yeah.
Could I perhaps conduct a performance to bring more people around so you have more people to ask and get rid of his disadvantage?
What is your... Oh, good question. I'm willing to allow it because I'm a generous and benevolent DM, of course.
Thank you, generous and benevolent DM.
Alrighty, so with the 22. Now, seeing that Nero is apparently experiencing some problems with one approaching the soldiers, during the previous week of downtime, he and his companion unfortunately did get on the downside of many of the common soldiers, and as a result, many of them are not necessarily friendly towards Nero's investigation. Trinket, on the other hand, is having quite a lot of success, at least with the military command, and as a result, you may find yourself a little bit more popular. With a 22, you're definitely going to be able to get a fairly large crowd.
So the song I sing is about how amazing that they stopped, that my two friends here stopped the petty thefts happening, and so now these guys can sleep more easily.
Excellent. Okay. Well, with a 22, you are definitely going to be succeeding on that. Do you want to flavor that up, or is it just a flat-out performance at the heart?
I haven't written the song, so let's stick with that. The general gist.
That is fair. Okie doke. So, in that case, Michael, you are still going to be encountering problems, but I'm willing to give you a second roll once a bit more of a crowd has been assembled closer to your investigation area.
If I'm getting pushback, should I be trying to do intimidation instead?
If you would like.
I might try to. If everyone's being a bit hostile, I might get a bit hostile.
Intimidation.
Sorry, what was that, Luke?
Can I assist him with intimidation?
Sure. So in that case, roll twice. I mean, you got a 17. That's pretty damn good. Alrighty, 17 it is. Okay, so explain it to me. How is Nero going to be intimidating these men?
I think he came up on two of them, and he asked some questions, and he knew that they knew the guys who'd been on who were on the patrol, and they blew him off. So he grabbed one by the scruff of the shirt and just threw him up against a wall with the dagger pointed straight under his chin, and he said, "Talk now while you can."
All right. So the soldier in question puts his hands up and just kind of looks at you as if he's not entirely sure exactly what you're doing. All right. Well, if you would like to know more about a death, he is not... I would not pick him for somebody who would desert the army. He is quite well known for his... I suppose boisterous. He rallies the men and keeps them entertained when many of our spirits are down. But the rest of the patrol who went out, I would not be able to say what the problem might be. Again, I would not assume that a death would allow any deserters.
All right. I set him down, dust up the front of his jacket, and thanked him for his assistance with the investigation.
He just gives you kind of another very filthy look before he dusts himself off, and he just walks back, occasionally just throwing you and Ogre a furious look over his shoulder.
It might be time to start off in the direction that this patrol took, I think.
Yes, if only one of us could track.
If only. All right. So, just based on the approach that the approach of the upper military, it looks like this particular group were intended to patrol down near the river. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It's just simply to basically charge through and take care of any minor conveniences along the highway that might pop up just from a military presence not always being there. So it is going to be directly east of the current city, and you'll be heading into mostly riverside territory, but it does get a bit marshy along the way.
Marsh, yuck. Nero, are you any good at tracking? I imagine.
Is everyone online?
Yep, everyone's online.
Yep.
Okay.
Survival is not my thing.
I got a +4.
Aha.
Alrighty, well, if you want to roll that dice, let's go for it.
Nat 20.
We have our first natural 20. Excellent. Okay, so for survival, Olga, you are apparently very well suited or experienced with similar terrain. Why is that the case?
I feel like I'm more suited to tracking down deserters and people who left the military rank, seeing as my soldier background.
Yep.
Mm.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, so you're going to be fully prepared for this. So I'm not going to invoke any travel restrictions on you guys in terms of movement speed and so forth. Presumably, it would be taking less than a day for you guys to be traveling through this entire area and hopefully encountering the men. Do you all have your rations and so forth prepared?
Yes, we do.
What's the cost of living? Sorry, I haven't deducted that.
So the military cost of living right now, it's not necessarily in the best of conditions, but if you are purchasing from the quartermaster of the army, then you'll be looking at least 1 silver piece per day.
So -8 silver.
Yep. You can get better quality sleeping if you're willing to pay for it. The quartermaster is not the most righteous man.
Can I sleep for free, seeing as I'm ex-soldier?
You know what? I will allow you to do a charisma persuasion at advantage for that.
That's with a -1 against on this.
Good thing you're at advantage.
16.
Alrighty. So you are indeed able to convince the quartermaster that you are able to sleep for free. However, he's not willing to cover the cost of your food, nor any additional things that you may need, such as armor or weapon maintenance.
That's cool. I went hunting during the downtime, so probably just fed myself.
Perfect. All right. Now, before I do continue on, Olga, you received a natural 20 before. Did you want to reserve the additional the additional outcome for later, or would you like to use it now?
I'll reserve it for later.
Reserve for later. Alrighty. Apparently able to persuade the quartermaster that as an ex-soldier, you are able to get free sleep, which basically amounts to a bedroll, but no particular tent. You might be able to crash under the carts and wagons, but even then, that's kind of your call. Now, in the meantime,
I'd like to teach him some insults that I learnt by telling comedy. So when someone asks him something that annoys him, he can insult him, and I'll teach him a new one every day if he lets me get off for free.
The quartermaster?
Yes.
All right. So the quartermaster just stares at you and says, I think I have enough insults to last me, little man. If you would like some of this bedrolls, then you must be willing to pay for it.
I'll try persuade then.
All right. Okay, so that's a 19. I'm going to roll for quartermaster. So and he's going to have a +3 to his charisma. Let's see how we go. That is not what I intended.
I think he wins.
Yeah.
Thank God he had the +3.
Damn it.
Okay, so it takes a phenomenal amount of time. Well, by phenomenal, it's probably half an hour, but judging by Tinkerit's level of patience, that probably means a phenomenal amount of time, before you are eventually able to convince the quartermaster that, yes, you are able to get free bedding as well. How do you successfully do so?
I insult him in so many different ways that he'd never heard of that he is amazed and agrees to my original agreement.
This is fair. So with a very begrudging but still admiring look, he hands you over one of the bedrolls and then goes back into his store muttering at least 3 of the different insults.
I smile at him and give him an additional one for free.
Fair enough.
To use, not at him.
Oh, of course. Yes, you would never think about insulting such a upstanding citizen.
No, august personage, no.
No, definitely not. Alrighty. Any more preparations that you guys would like to do?
No, I'm fine.
Fine.
No.
Okay, so in that case, you guys are going to be setting out. By this point, it is about mid-morning, roughly about 10:30 a.m., when you guys are going to be setting out from the army itself. Now, you guys are presumably going to be traveling by foot, since you guys didn't say otherwise. So, in total, you guys are going to be heading towards their previous location. So, this is going to give you a bit of a search area, which will take about maybe 3 hours for you guys to do in its full loop. So you've been given the patrol route, and that's the one presumably you'll be following. So with a 20 in survival, Olga, your character is able to go through and is able to protect the group from the majority of the dangers which might be around you. So give me one example of one thing that you're able to save the party from.
It's just probably an owlbear or something like that.
Yeah.
Just track us away from it.
No worries. All right. So
Well done, Olga. I'm glad I hired you.
Can I get a raise?
Later.
All right. So after some time, you guys are going to an area that seems to be completely blood-stained. There is a fairly hefty area of grass, which is just stained red by the very distinctive, and you can tell that by the very distinctive smell of blood.
That smells like blood.
I'm going through my Dashiell Hammock quotes looking for something. Murder. It's definitely murder. Not one of the quotes.
Of course. What would you guys like to do?
Well, who's got the best investigation here? That would be probably our ex-hopper.
I'm +4 with investigation and also believe that I have the best investigation.
Well, both those are important components.
Yes.
Can I
Hero,
try
Hero,
and
why don't you
see
investigate?
whether there was any sorcery or magic involved in this?
Alrighty. I'll allow you to do an Arcana roll for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with a 15. As you scan around using your particular magic and try and examine the area from your magical perspective, you do notice that there does seem to be a taint of dark magic spread across the area. It's very similar to some outlawed magic that you have encountered in the past, but you can't quite put your finger on exactly what it is.
All right, I convey that to the rest of the group.
All right, I start sniffing around, start poking at things, trying to deduce what's been going on here.
Excellent. All right, give me your roll. That is a 16. Let me have a look here. Okay, so between the combined efforts of both Solturin and Nero, the two of you are able to piece together that it looks the scenario. It looks like the 5 military guards have been ambushed from here, and after a few moments, you're able to ascertain that it looks like they were taken completely unaware from combatants which seem to have come from the river. Now, the big thing that is confusing you is after investigating this and a quick investigation of the river itself, you can't seem to find any presence of the bodies there. It takes maybe another 20 minutes before your character is able to detect the tracks of what looks like several heavy objects being dragged away from the area.
Are there any tracks like footprints, boots, that sort of thing?
There are several strange imprints on the ground, but it looks as if, for example, sticks had been placed down there. So it's either sticks have been moved or they've been used to alter the path.
And were the bodies or the objects dragged away from the river or towards the river?
They were dragged away from they were dragged alongside the river, but upstream.
do we follow them all the way till we lose sight of them, or we follow them away and then doing anything more would start needing dice rolls?
I would be willing to keep you in this particular area. You should be able to follow the tracks without too much of a worry, but unless you guys explicitly say that you're following them, I would assume you're still in the crime area.
Well, I think maybe we should follow where it looks like the bodies of the patrol have been dragged away.
One last thing, are there arrows? Are there any way to tell, like, what weapons were used?
With your 16, you are able to find traces of ranged weapons. So it does look like there are a few arrows around, but a quick check through seems to indicate that these arrows are actually belonging to the military patrolmen. It doesn't look like they that any ranged weapons were necessarily used against the patrolmen themselves.
Is there
And
any
how
blood
long
on
have they-
them?
Sorry?
Is there any blood on the arrows?
There is not.
Patrolmen? So it looks like they didn't hit them.
And how long ago, do I reckon?
You are able to guess that it may have occurred within the last 12 hours.
Would that mean they were already late? Back to camp?
No. So this would be more of an indicator that they were interrupted in the middle of their patrol.
All right. So, Ciruimon, you said that we should follow the bodies upstream?
That's what I think we need to do.
Alrighty. Does anybody want to do anything else before you head out?
People, we should all go upstream. Follow the investigator.
I dip my fingers into the red liquid, put it to my tongue, and say, "Blood."
Alrighty. Now, in terms of weather conditions, you guys, I believe I previously mentioned that it is the end of summer heading towards autumn. So once you guys get towards the fort area, it's pretty much going to be prime building time, especially as you should be heading into winter shortly after that. Now, at the moment, it means that the days are going to be exceptionally long and they are also going to be very warm. So can I get everyone to roll a Constitution saving throw just to see if you can beat the heat? If you have a natural resistance to fire, then you will not need to make this roll.
Constitution.
That's right. Alrighty, and who else do we need? Yep. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Alrighty, so those of you, Tinkrit is not doing well with the heat, is he? Okay, so those of you who
Turn my bagpipes off.
I can't hear anything.
11, so both Nero and Tinkrit, the two of you will be encountering some issues traveling at normal speed for the remainder of the day.
Right next to a creek. Surely I can step into the creek.
Constantly? You want to wade through the creek?
Well enough to keep my clothes wet, or...
Do you want wet salt?
So if you go by that strategy, it will slow down the travel speed still, but...
All right.
Yep.
Then I don't bother.
Tiny
Rob,
little...
your microphone's really hard to hear, mate.
Oh, is it? Is that any better?
That's a little better, yeah. Which reminds me I should rearrange my microphone so you guys can hear me properly. Okie doke. So let me have a look here. Now, it looks like this part of the country it would be beautiful under normal circumstances, though I assume potentially chasing down 5 ambushed military men is probably a bit of a downer. As you guys go through, you do see quite a number of wildlife which seem to live in the area but are unused to humanoid occupation, as upon giving any of you guys a bit of a look, they immediately flee further into the wilderness. Now, it's after about 2 hours of travel, you can see that you encounter a bit of a rough patch where it looks like whatever is dragging these heavy things up the stream seems to have outright crossed the stream, but you can't immediately see any sign of their continued presence on the other side.
Is there anything commentable about this part of the stream? Like, is it shallower or?
It's about middling. You guys would go in maybe about up to your waist. If you, for the normal humans, you'll be up to your waist. In the case of Tinkrit, you will be underwater.
Right. Surely my half-orc buddy will carry me.
How clear is the water?
It's not the clearest. It is just running, it looks like, from the water table. So it's picked up quite a lot of silt and other debris.
All right, so there's no way that we can see the bottom of it in terms of whether there is, something inside the bank, or I mean, is it a rocky stream, or is it essentially just a river with mud as the bank and floor of it and stuff like that?
So it's a sediment stream, so mud, dirt, and so forth.
Would any of us know of any creatures that would come out of the stream? That, fish people, or I forget the name of those, Salgim, or I can't remember the name.
What would your passive knowledge nature be?
Low. 10.
There. Right. Do any of you have a passive nature of 16 or higher?
Nature? Surely you jest.
No.
Alrighty. In that case, then no, you wouldn't be. You are not familiar with any potential creatures that may be dwelling within the rivers.
So my suspicion is that there was a boat involved.
All right.
And so I looked to see if there's any signs. Well, first up, I suspect that they didn't come out the other side. So I look for so as I look around the other side, I'm expecting not to see anything there. So rather than looking for signs, I'm trying to see if it's actually looking untrammeled, and I'm also looking for any signs of like a boat having been pushed into the stream or a raft.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, would you like to roll another investigation, or from the sounds of it, you're more looking for a perception check?
Can I assist him?
Sorry?
Can I assist?
If you'd like. Look at you guys being all helpful for one another.
We're a company.
It might even be better for Olga to do it. I mean, he would be better at finding tracks and things like that than me.
Yeah. Can I roll survival for it then?
Rationalize it for me. Why a survival?
Just looking for like snapped branches, snapped tree branches, and stones that have been turned recently.
All right. Yeah, I will provide survival, but at a higher DC.
23.
23, Jesus. And where is this roll?
It's just having problems connecting right now, but it's
I
I
promise.
promise, it's definitely there. That looks like
Sorry.
11.
I didn't mean to roll that.
Oh, okay.
Right, wrong Luke.
All right. There it goes. Okay, there's the 23. All right. So, Olga, let me, just in the interest of getting you guys a little bit more into character, I'll see whether I can actually whisper this one for you. Let me double check. I think if I do this right.
Sounds like you got some +1 fingers going up that keyboard.
Yeah. My viewers for my streaming tend to call me Thunder Keys. I really need to rearrange where my whatchamacallit, my microphone is in comparison. Okay, I've just sent a private message to Olga. Let me know if you get that.
Yep.
Right, and what would the rest of you guys be doing while Olga's doing his thing?
Well, I'm going to take my usual position of standing somewhat back from where I think there may be danger to cover with ranged weapons. So I'll be continuing to move about 30 feet up from where the rest of the party is, up the river.
Okay.
And about 15 feet away from the edge.
I'll be pacing back and forth, expounding on my theory of there being a boat or raft and trying to assist Olga.
You know, one of the problems with that theory is that we've been walking upriver, haven't we?
Yeah, see, I'm not a smart rogue.
The difficulty with that maybe why have they spent hours dragging heavy bodies upriver to then catch a boat to go?
See, I'm from the city. They just turn the water around.
There was a boat here. I don't know how, but there was a boat.
How fast flowing is the river?
Sorry?
How fast flowing is the river?
It's a decent speed. It's slow enough. Basically, the majority of you should be able to make it through just by walking without too much of a problem or too much of a worry.
All right, good.
Olga, any reactions, or you're good?
Yep. So there's a brittle substance on some rocks sticking out of the river. And it also looks like they dragged their prey through here because there's some clothes further up ahead. Torn clothing. So we should continue up the river.
Good stuff, Olga. Let's go.
Alrighty. So it is now about 1 p.m. in the middle of the day. Are you guys going to be stopping to have some rations, or you're good?
Ration.
Probably need to, I guess.
What's the whole thing?
I've eaten already.
I only eat once a day. I eat a lot, but it's only once a day.
All right, yeah. Ration break.
Yeah,
All right.
probably stop before we start heading further upstream then.
Alrighty. So you guys take a short rest, presumably about an hour, in order to consume your lunch. Please subtract 1 lot of rations from your stores. Okay. Following that, it looks like the rest of the day is beginning to get a little bit more windy, and those of you who have a passive nature of about 13, you'll be able to detect that there is a little bit of a static charge to the atmosphere. It seems that there might be a storm later on. It being summer, you're not entirely sure when it might hit. It could be within an hour. It could be within the next day. Unless one of you is willing to make an active roll for it.
Sorry, Sam. Can you just say that again? I missed a bit of that.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? So, as you are winding down with your short rest, you are able to detect that there is a little bit of a static discharge in the local atmosphere. Those of you with a passive nature of a 14 or higher will know that there is a summer storm oncoming. That generally means that it could be anywhere between 1 hour to 1 day away. If you'd like to know a little bit more closer, then you can do an active roll or make an action.
I have no idea.
All right. Anyone else?
Does anyone actually have nature over 14?
Luke F definitely doesn't.
I have no idea what's going on. It feels funky.
I don't think anyone does.
I'll go have.
Alrighty. Y'all are social people. You just abhor that nature.
I think we should push on. It's an interesting tingle, but let's keep pushing on for a bit.
Do I have to carry the halfling?
Sorry?
Do I have to carry the halfling?
Presumably, yes.
Way I can walk.
Do you have any method of you can walk alongside the river? That's your call. Again, it's still probably going to be fairly warm. It's a sticky warm as well.
Dry.
Okie doke. So, you guys are going to continue walking for another few hours, roughly about 3. It is summer, but you can see that it is beginning to get darkened towards the horizon as it approaches about 5 p.m. Rob V is typing. What's being typed? Thank you, Olga, dear boy. Fair enough. Okay, so you guys are going to continue walking, and at about 5 p.m., where it's only beginning to get dark, you notice that the river ahead of you seems to branch out and become a fairly flat but broad series of ponds. It looks like it becomes fairly boggy up ahead.
All right, it's getting late in the day. Do you think we should make camp and try and find a defensible position? Whatever took that patrol out, there's a good chance they may be close by.
Yes.
And the ambush was 12 hours ago, so it would have been close to nighttime. They might try to ambush us.
I think we should definitely try and find a place to camp which we can make defensible.
Maybe inland a little as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's the environment like if we move away from the river? Can we see what can we see?
So the area towards the bog is basically made out of a lot of more of a sandy material. So it's basically more of a water flat than an actual bog itself. It just looks like a lot of the water is coalescing and spreading out. A little bit closer to where the river actually is and a bit further upstream, it is a lot more flat, but it is not quite as defensible. So there aren't much in the way of trees. There's a few bushes, but it is definitely have easy access to water. If you want to find anything more defensive, then you will need to make an active roll.
Olga, this would seem to be like your bag, setting up an encampment.
Yeah. So I'll roll another survival then, or?
Yep, roll another survival. Do this one at advantage because you got a natural 20 before. Presumably, Olga is going to be doing the security side of things.
Thank you.
That's the second time you've rolled a 1 while you've been at an advantage. Okay, for a 22. Flavor it up for me, Luke. What kind of security are you able to find instead? So before you answer, a 22 means that you're going to find a very defensible location. You should not have any particular problem unless you're drastically outnumbered.
Let's just probably say a small cave, probably about 20, 30 feet in.
Yep.
Just easy there to completely covered with green and anything else.
No, that's about it. All right. So if you're able to find a cave, it is going to be a decently sized one. It looks like it may have previously been a bear's den, but is currently not actually in use. It does have a bit of a sandy bottom to it, but aside from that, you guys should be able to block off the entrance without too much of a problem. Now, in terms of the other requirements for setting up a camp, would anybody like to make a roll to pretty much secure food and water?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'll do a roll. What are we rolling here? Survival, are we?
Is there anything you would like to roll? I am accepting of survival, but I will accept anything else that you're able to rationalize to me.
Could I go hunting using my stealth abilities?
Yes, you can. So if you want to roll a stealth, then we can go through there. Oh, nearly a 4. Okay, so with the stealth of 16, you are going to be able to track down a good majority of the local wildlife, which is pretty much everything from fairly fat pheasants by this point to small yearling deer or even a wild boar if you're feeling a bit up for that.
Venison.
Sorry?
Venison.
Venison?
Deer.
Okay, go for the deer. Okay, so in that case, roll me a d4.
All right, I'm struggling here. What's the command?
I'll roll it for you.
Yeah. Just do it in chat.
So, just to bring up a little bit of childhood trauma to a lot of people, you do come along a small pair. It looks like a doe mother, along with her reasonably grown-up fawn.
Doe?
Yes, a deer, a female deer. Presumably, you're going to take it down along
With my short bow, yeah.
Yep. All right.
And
So you guys are going to be enjoying a lovely meal of cooked venison, if that's the case.
I'll see if
Okay.
I can identify it.
What's the roll for cooking?
There we go. I know it's a deer.
Excellent.
You don't.
All right. So sorry, somebody was asking a question.
I was going to say, what's the role for cooking? Is it a history in terms of my aristocratic background and being exposed to amazing food my whole life, albeit locked away in the back room.
So there is a role that can be made for cooking. For the most part, I consider it at a flat 20. But if you do have cooking utensils, then you can also use that to increase the amount as well.
Looks like meat's on the menu only tonight. No cooking utensils.
No cooking utensils. All right. So, yep, just cooked hunks of meat. No worries. All right. So you've got survivability. You've got access to water. Would you guys also now do a last one to hide away the camp? So it's defensive, but do you want to also hide it away?
Could I use sleight of hand?
So we've already had both Michael.
Sorry.
The two of you have done your roles, so this one will come down to either Rob or Luke F.
Rob, do you want to roll?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, now we can.
Yeah. I was.
Oh, no, you've cut out again, sorry.
Cut out again.
Who was that?
Oh, that was to Rob.
Yeah, I haven't heard Rob for ages. His microphone looks muted on Discord.
Yeah, it was muted, but now it's popped off. Sorry, go again, Rob. Rob is typing. I'm going to fiddle with it in setup. No worries. If that's the case, would you like me to do anything
Stealth
for
roll.
you, Rob? Sorry?
Stealth roll.
Okay. Roll me stealth. That is a 7. Ooh, okay. How can I do a 7 here? So, the majority of the campsite is...
We put up fairy lights.
Yeah. So, while Olga is away...
Can you hear me better now?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. Perfect. Okay, well, if you're back, Rob, how do you secure the camp with a 7?
I'm doing a great job with setting up everything, but the problem is I can't stop myself from singing. So I'm singing while I'm doing it. And I see squirrels and frogs and snakes turn around and look at me and give me askance as to why I'm making so much fucking noise. And by the time I realize it, I'm so embarrassed I drop all the sticks and go back into the cave.
That is fair. All right. So in that case, roll me a performance. I want to see how good or bad this is going to be.
Oh, God.
A 14. All right. So it's better than your average performance, but it's, I'm presuming, more loud than anything else.
Better than my average performance? Surely you jest.
Well, not so far. Your average performance has been in the 20s usually.
Yes, it's just loud. I was trying to work out a new song, and I didn't realize I was doing it out loud. I thought I was doing it in my head. It was a foolish mistake.
I'm just staring at him.
Sorry.
Alrighty. Anybody have a reaction to his singing, or we're just going to move on? You guys settling in.
My reaction is to move on.
Yeah, my reaction is to move down the back of the cave.
Got it. Okie doke. So in that
It's 14. It's 14. It's not like it's not that bad.
We've heard you at your best, though, Tinker. And that was a long way from it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better.
Alrighty. So the rest of the afternoon is spent with preparations for you guys to settle down into the campsite. Nero does not really stray towards the bogs, as it looks like most of the deer that are around are sticking to the forested areas. As you get close to the bog, do notice that there does seem to be a strange dearth of creatures. So a complete lack of creatures around that area at all. You don't really pay it too much mind as you are able to successfully finish your hunting trip and return to the camp to discover that Solturum and Tinkrit have been able to set up in a nice-looking cave, which has, to your apparent practiced eye, adequate protections to hide you guys away come nightfall. Okay, now, as night begins to fall and the summer air pretty much continues to bear down on you guys, you can hear the ominous sounds of thunder pretty much in the distance. Those of you who have a nature of 11 or higher will be able to ascertain that there is a storm coming and it should be there within the hour.
Does anyone actually have that?
What was it? Passive? What?
Passive nature of 11?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh my god, guys, did nobody invest in nature?
No.
No. I'm a city halfling.
Please, spare your city halflings.
That's right. I'm a spy. I'm too busy breaking into houses and stuff rather than this business.
No one has an intelligence above 11. Wow.
Evidently not.
Wait, seriously?
That's a bit worrying, actually. So, if I'm going to give you guys social situations, make sure it's not a intellectual debate.
I think I'm really smart. Does that count?
Not quite.
Only if you can deceive them.
Oh yes, that's true.
Okay, well, you guys hear ominous thunder in the distance. You have no idea how long before the storm is going to start.
Could I do perception at disadvantage?
You know what? I'll allow it.
Oh.
Look at you getting the halfling natural one. Okie doke. So, yes, you're not able to ascertain anything further. Now, As particular characters, you guys have been traveling together for about 3 weeks by this point. Have you had any proper social interactions, or has this more been a business relationship that you guys have had up to this point?
Well, I have respect for Jorg, though I think sometimes his methods are heavy-handed, albeit generally effective. The halfling, I still haven't forgiven the halfling for the completely dishonorable way that he conducted himself during the pirating contest.
I was in pain.
but-
I didn't realize
but-
I was doing it.
I'm starting to see the more human side of it, but I'm still a little perturbed that I was robbed of victory in that competition by the incessant cheating of the halfling.
How did he know it was incessant cheating?
Well, that's the real problem that we need to speak to each other about, isn't it? Because I
Yes.
think that you have some real difficulties understanding the difference between right and wrong.
No,
At least on small scale stuff. I'm satisfied with the way that you conduct yourself in terms of important matters. But
Not like eating pie.
you seem to have a bit of a difficulty in understand that the grey area is actually the narrowest area.
well, yes, the small areas is my area. I don't know what you're talking about. I am small. But I'm always out for the greater good. Even when I was spying, it was the greater good of my family, and I didn't give much thought for myself. But I always look after my friends. My friends are very important to me, and thus, when I did win, I made sure to share my winnings.
What about your minions?
Well, yes, my employees must also be rewarded.
been
Otherwise,
waiting
they
3
would be
weeks
employed
to
somewhere
get a
else.
raise.
I'm sorry, Good Ogre.
I've been waiting 3 weeks to get a raise and still nothing, man.
You guys are getting paid money?
No. I make the decisions about where we go, and you reap the rewards from those decisions. That's the way it works in a company. Someone's got to
Well,
be
to
in
be
charge.
honest, there's been a fair bit of reaping, but not a lot of rewarding.
But, I think that's unfair and uncalled for. Every time I have won, I have shared my winnings when I needn't have done so. I'm certain the gods would agree with me, should we ask them.
Alrighty. So the night begins to pass, and after about an hour, you guys hear a immense crashing noise before a immense onslaught of rain just begins to slam into the ground in front of you guys. Those of you who would be on watch at the time, between the flashes of light, if you have a passive perception of 15 or higher, you will see something completely bleach white out in the distance in the bog.
Bleach white in the distance. Oh my.
That's a perception of 12, I'm afraid.
I've got 14. Does that count?
Well, it might do if nobody else has a higher one.
Oh, shit. This group.
We didn't bring the A team, we've bought the Q team.
Well, what we need, it's a wisdom thing. We need a bloody cleric.
We need a fucking druid.
Yes, Drew would be good too. Nature.
I mean, come on, perception is wisdom, but nature is a intelligence thing. You guys have just stacked it up for all the other 4 stats.
Well, I'm a bard, goddammit. What am I supposed to do?
This is true.
Okay, I'll make a nature roll because why the hell not?
Perception roll.
A perception. Okay, that's good because that's shit.
Hey, a 15. All right, so Tinkrit, in the distance, in the bog itself, it is pretty much pitch black down there, except when it's being lit up between the flashes of lightning. You can see what looks like a bleach white thing down in the bog itself. It looks like it's walking between the various patches down there.
It's the white whale.
Wrong area.
Sorry.
That's
Can I-
a pair of javelins.
Can I try and identify that? What would I use to try and identify that? Insight?
I will allow insight if you can rationalize it to me.
I'm reasonably good at being a spy, putting two and two together and understanding things and trying to cogitate and infer. So I'm going to, from the flash of light and the white and the shambling, I'm going to try and put it together and work out what it is.
Perfect. I will allow it simply for the use of the word cogitate.
The problem with putting two and two together is that sometimes you get 4 and sometimes you get 22.
Well, this time I got 10.
Dashiell
All right. You are not able to recognize what may be down there.
I don't know what that is, guys. But it's big and it's white.
So we're all awake now?
Apparently. You're awoken by the very loud halfling.
I'm going to sneak down and try and figure out what it is.
But wasn't there massive thunder crashing around?
There is.
Means it'll never hear me coming.
Mm.
All right. In that case, I am willing to give you another stealth roll, this one at advantage. And it looks like Luke with Solturum has opted in for another perception. All right. Let's see if I can whisper this one across to you.
Gaming keyboard.
No, just a crappy Woolworths keyboard.
Ah.
See, I've been looking into a gaming keyboard just so it can be quieter. Alrighty, Luke, I have just sent you a private message.
Which way are you swiping, Luke?
Luke, you've got yourself muted. Oh, at least it's...
I'm back. Sorry. Comrades, I think I see what's out there. I've seen this in some of my research. It looks like one of the undead. It looks like an animated skeleton from what I can see.
Oh, good. Good thing we've got a cleric.
All right. And Michael, you're looking to do a stealth roll in order to go down and investigate a bit further. Roll me your stealth at advantage. Ooh, a 11 or a 7. Okay. So, as you head down there, despite it looks like the lightning storm is directly overhead, and it seems that you're pretty much almost in bright daylight most of the time. However, as you head down there and you're able to see a bit more clearly into the bog itself, you can see what looks like at least 10 of these skeletons, which seem to be patrolling the various areas. In the distance, you can also see what looks like a small shack, which seems to be on the other side of the bog. Probably a good... Let's have a look. Where is that measuring tool? There it is. A good 200 feet away.
I should still be looking at a flaming spider, shouldn't I?
That's what I see. Yep.
Oh, are you guys?
Yes.
I'm standing very close to a flaming spider right now, to be honest.
And
I got rid of that page. It says that you guys should actually be onto a little tavern area.
No.
Huh.
Oh, Luke's waving at us.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm waving at my daughter who's just come into their own.
Okay. By the way, I sing a series of 3 quick songs with bonus actions if I can, if there's no initiative. And by Tinkrit, you've been hired. So by Tinkrit, you'll be inspired. And all 3 of them, I sing that 3 times, so they've all got bardic inspiration. They can use it whenever they want.
So right now, Nero would be down near the bog. You wouldn't actually be able to inspire him at the moment.
Right, well. Sorry, Nero.
So you can't inspire yourself, can you?
No.
Can't
I'm
you
already
inspire
inspired.
one person at a time?
You can't inspire yourself in any meaningful way, just in that whole, metaphorical leaving yourself way.
Which, as you guys know, he's got enough of.
By the way, Sam, there was just like a refresh of the screen, and it said loading briefly, and the flaming spider is still here.
That is so weird.
So 200 feet. And I wouldn't have seen this shack earlier.
Oh, something flashed, but it's still spider.
Yep, just give me a second. No, you did not ascertain it. Pretty much the angle of what the cave is probably at the worst area in comparison to the cave that you guys are currently in.
So I don't think that the hut has appeared. Like
Correct.
the hut could have been there the whole time. Cool.
That is correct. All right, has this put you guys over to a black screen?
No.
Nope.
Still flaming spider?
Still
No,
flaming.
I have an ad now for premium roll 20.
Ooh. So it looks like our final boss for this session will be against the ads.
I've got a black screen now.
Okay.
I head back up to the others and tell them about the undead. Can I see it? Can I figure out anything more about the undead? Like, are they skeletons of giants or?
Yeah, what can we see that if the skeletons are wearing? Are they wearing anything that may look like the garb of the current military force?
Oh, good question.
What is your passive perception, Michael?
12.
12. All right. So from what you're able to ascertain just from looking at these skeletons, you can see that they do seem to be of roughly humanoid proportions. So they're either a human or maybe an elf. You're not entirely sure. It looks like they are old enough that they do actually are only made out of bone. You can't see any remnants of clothing or even flesh upon these particular creatures.
Are they on?
So no ears. That's why we can't tell.
That's right. They now have the weird mental image of like a skull with bone ears.
Well, I creep back up to the campsite and report on what I've seen, and I think I think we need to get past these jokers and into the hut.
You are bardically inspired. I tell a bardically inspired joke to make him do that.
Wait, say that again.
I tell a joke instead of singing a song.
Oh, okay. In order to inspire Michael.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you guys are now aware that there does seem that there are a variety of skeletons which seem to be wandering the bogs about 300 feet away from the cave, or at least within the next 300 feet. How do you guys react to that?
I'm going to get ready for a fight.
Is there any pattern to the way that they're moving around, or are they just sort of like are they doing what might be a sort of directed patrol? Because my as a sorcerer, I would appreciate that there's a high chance that there might be a warlock or another sorcerer involved in the animation of the body. So if that's the case, I'd be thinking that they've been tasked with patrolling, and I want to see whether there's any sort of order or any sort of direction in what they're doing.
Alrighty. So with your 18 in perception from before, you are able to see that they seem to be moving in regulated movements. You're not necessarily able to see from this particular distance what they might be looking at, but they are going in very recognizable patterns. Unfortunately, Nero was not paying attention that far to confirm whether they are working in a regulated patrol.
Good thinking, though. In fact, thinking is good.
Not that this group would know, apparently.
We think real well.
So I propose that we stealthily move around and try to get to that hut.
I think try and get to the what?
The hut.
Is there a hut? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, sorry. I report back that I've spotted a hut on about 300 feet away from the cave.
That hut wouldn't happen to have very long
Chicken legs.
No Baba Yaga here.
Good.
So is the hut's on poles though, like I'm not, you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
stumps out of the water.
It is located on one of the land patches of the bog. It doesn't seem to be out over the water itself. However, it is surrounded by several watery areas. Getting through that stealthily might be difficult. Otherwise, you guys do have a series of bridges, but presumably those are the places where the skeletons may be.
Plus, I don't really do stealth, so
Well, we could do something where some of us draw the attention of the skeletons away while someone else tries to make a stealthy run to see what's in the house. I'm not sure whether that's a good strategy or not, but
Or we could try offing them with silent weapons, like bows.
There's 10 of them, though.
Yeah, one at a time.
yeah.
Luke, sorry. So, Ciruimon, are you very stealthy at all? Oh, Rob, you're
No.
stealthy, aren't you?
I am.
What about the two of us, me with my sleight of hand and you with your sleight of hand and your magic, cause a distraction, allowing Ogre and Ciruimon to slip past, and then we sneak back once we've let off the skeletons?
It may be better if... does anybody else have sleight of hand or stealth?
alternatively, just getting them all around towards me, and I burning hands the skeletons once we can get them into a confined space. Maybe if we can somehow get them to go into the cave or something like that, or alternatively just compact up a bit.
Makes sense.
We can see 10. I'm just worried that if we kill 10, the other 100 turn up.
Yes, but we can probably run faster than them. Even me.
Or should I go and... Or I could just go and sneak up to the hut and see if there's anything inside, because this could all be a very elaborate...
Yeah, but if you
yeah.
fail that, you're going to have 10 skeletons killing you.
That's true. I just don't want to have all of us sneak past 10 skeletons taking half the night and discover that it's an empty hut.
Now, would I do that?
Maybe. Yeah, I like to kill things, but no, actually, I like to see other people kill things. So why don't you kill them? Go and kill them.
All right, so we try to lure them in somewhere that you can burning hands them with.
I could just cast light on an arrow. And one of you guys can shoot the arrow across and grab their attention and see what they do.
That's a good
So
idea.
They're drawn towards the light. So if I go into the cage and cast light on an arrow, and then someone shoots it out of the mouth of the cage, you know, we've only got short bows, don't we?
I've got a light crossbow,
What's the range?
380, I think. No,
Oh, that's pretty good.
320.
Well, let me light up one of your quarrels and then we shoot that across.
If they see
And
it being
just-
fired, it may mean we get trapped in a cave.
They may see where we're coming from.
Really, they're pretty dumb. I mean, I know a bit about skeletons, and they're pretty dumb creatures.
Do you have prestidigitation or anything like that?
No,
No,
Mage hand?
I'm purely offensive.
I do have mage hand. I do.
Yeah, I got mage hand.
But the range is 30 feet.
Yeah, that's why I'm suggesting the crossbow bolt.
I'm all good with the crossbow bolt, just not from the cave mouth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
I can stealth out with it covered in my my cloak, and then shoot it, and then move back to the cave. Stealth back to the cave.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Okay. Where's our fighter?
All right.
Be fair, I'm tempted to just straight up.
Just cast light on one of your quarrels.
Okay, so you want me to stealth out there, Sam?
Sure. Hit me with a stealth roll. 15, very nice. All right, so you should be able to move through without too much of an issue, at least to the perimeters, to find a prime spot, since I assume you want to remain at the distance.
Yes, I do.
All right.
And do you want me to do it to hit roll or something, or?
Yes, please. Let's have a look. So with the 12, just a second, guys.
Why does it roll 2d8? It's very odd.
That actually is a good question. Why did that roll 2d8s? Okay, let me quickly unveil your little area. Let's see if this is actually working for the boglands. Can you see all that now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
I got the burning spider.
You guys still have the burning spot? Why?
Refresh. Just do a refresh on the page.
Yeah, try for a refresh.
Okay.
Oh, now I've got an ad.
Yeah, don't worry, that passes.
Okay, good. So we don't have burning spiders anymore.
2, 5, 4.
Ah, cool.
3,
Got it.
2, 1. Swamp.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys do have it. All right. In that particular case, let me very quickly put some stuff around. Oh, not what I'm intending to do. That's the one. Okay, so where would you like to be firing this quarrel?
So where is the cave? Can you put where the cave? Show me where the cave is.
Where you guys are currently is probably the closest area. So the cave is probably somewhere.
Oh, down there. Okay. All right. And there's some kind of statue over there. Right. And how deep is the water to our right?
To your right. Again, probably about waist deep.
Okay, so I could go over there. And these are the skeletons I can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stealthing through water, difficult, I suppose.
Is the hut? This thing?
It is in the top right.
Oh, top right.
So, Luke, before I shoot the arrow, where would you like to fry them? Salterum, that is.
Well, I mean, I want to see what they do when they see it, to see whether they're actually on a patrol looking for things to, or whether they're on some sort of fixed sort of patrol circuit.
Great.
Looking at the map now, it's difficult to see a convenient space to draw them on, and the way that they're spread out. Probably in the, how do I do a pin or something like that?
Just touch the click on the screen and hold it down and it goes a ping.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, because that seems to be the center of where a lot of them are.
Okay, that's in range.
Yeah.
And well, hang on. Why don't I do it here? Because then you can stand on the bridge and fry them. If I do it here, that's out of range. Isn't it 15 foot for burning hands?
Just hold a second. Burning hands is 15 feet. Yeah.
Okay, so if I do it here, you can stand here and fry them.
Sorry, can you just do the ping again?
Yeah, sorry, here.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
Okay, I will shoot my arrow there.
Alrighty. So with a 12. All right. So when the arrow lands, it lands roughly about here. So generally within the correct area. When that occurs, you are able to track the movement of the of the quarrel across the boglands until it lands into that tiny spit of land. Almost immediately, all of the skeletons seem to shift their movement, and as one, all 10 of them begin to head towards that specific location.
Okay. So from where we are, these squares are 5 feet each, aren't they?
Sorry?
These squares on the grid is 5 feet?
That's right.
I'd suggest before we move out, we do it again. I shoot over here and get them to move over there. and then we can sneak up the west side. West side.
Okay.
You can cast a cantrip
All right.
again, can't you?
Yep.
I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot over here, Sam.
All right. Roll me the AC.
It's hidden.
Ooh.
Oh,
That is a natty 20. All right. So, you can pretty much put that arrow anywhere.
it was. Yeah, that's right there.
Okay. And did you want to add in any additional effects now, or
I'm saving it.
saving it? Alrighty. So, when that occurs, it looks like the skeletons seem to break up into two groups. Those that were nearest to the original arrow, these ones here, 3 of them remain there, while the other 6 who were on their way to that location begin to instead divert themselves across to the second arrow's location. So, just judging from the constant shambling of these particular skeletons, again, you're able to ascertain that all of these look quite old.
Okay, cool.
What's this big? That's a statue down here, is it?
I think that's just a fallen tree.
A fallen tree. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Are these 3 guys up here moving?
They are currently questing around, looking for the arrow and trying to get to it.
You could
Alright.
stand here and get 1, 2, 3. Not all of them. Bugger.
Yeah, but it's a matter of getting over there. That's the difficulty we have at the moment. Is we've got to make our way through the water. And what's our speed in water?
Well, there's a bridge, aren't there? There's a bridge. Are the bridges actually there or not?
How many can you actually kill with burning hand?
Whoever's everyone within the range of the spell takes fire damage. So
How much?
You can share it. Just share it in the chat.
I think it's three. Each creature in a 15-foot cone must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 3d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one, which is pretty much sufficient for I would think for a skeleton, hopefully, an animated skeleton.
Well, do you want to just bait them over to us? Use that. I'll stand behind you. As soon as you finish casting that, jump behind me.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I mean, I think we've got to get them over. These are bridges, aren't they?
Sam?
Sorry?
These are bridges, aren't they?
Yes, that's correct.
So what we really need to do is get them to come back. I mean, it's kind of fun leading them around all over the swamp, but we what's our speed through the water to get to the island?
So, speed would be considered difficult terrain. So it's pretty much going to take you, I believe, double. So it's going to pretty much your movement speed is going to be halved.
Okay, so 3 squares per movement.
Correct.
But they can probably see.
We've got 2 bunches of skulls tied up at the moment, right? I think we need to get them all onto this island here. And then we can traverse across to this island here. And then we get them narrowed on the bridge. And we can hit them with ranged weapons and spells. And I can, once it's a sufficient number on the bridge, I can hit them with burning hands.
Okay.
All right.
So, do we want to see whether our light on a quarrel trick works again?
So I should ping one around about here, or maybe here.
Where?
So if I do one here, then
I
they're all
think there.
they're facing. If I do it here, though, they're all facing away from us.
Can I
No, we're down the
move?
bottom, aren't we?
Yeah, but they're all looking in this direction instead of at our direction, which is here.
Yeah, but it's going to take us more than one action or one movement to get to where they are.
Sam,
Mm-hmm.
can you move me between where the skeletons are going to come from and where the guys are? Because I can't move myself right now.
No, it's all good. Give me a sec.
And I'll just wait there until they're done playing with the lights.
He already is between us and the skeletons.
A potential new plan is for some of us. Do you have Rob and me to sneak up, say, here? I'll go to get as close as possible without, before everyone hears the clanking. So maybe there with Ciruimon. Then we sneak attack these three and hopefully take them down silently.
That makes a certain amount of sense to me.
Or in any event, even if we don't take them down silently, these guys have got 2 turns before they get to them.
Yeah.
So that makes sense either way.
Okay.
So we Tinkrit and I sneak up to say there.
All right. Roll me your stealths. Not
Use your
good.
bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I'm using my bardic inspiration.
Alrighty. So you don't want to... Are you rolling for that, or would you like...
Oh, sorry, that's a...
D6.
Yep. So it's slash R, then 1d6.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, nice. You have just overtaken Tinkrit for being stealthier by 1. Alrighty. So the 2 of you move silently across these 2 bridges. You do stumble at one particular point, but it doesn't look like the skeletons are particularly interested in the noise as they keep questing around for the various arrows. When they do discover them, you can see them just kind of pick them up and then, upon inspecting them, just drop them and begin to lose interest.
Okay, so we should probably kill them now before they get away.
Yep. Shall we roll initiative?
If you'd like. Since you guys are going to be doing this from hidden, you're going to be able to get at least one bonus round. Again, I'm going to be just straightforward with their HP. Each of these skeletons is going to have 13 hit points. If you're capable of doing that much damage at once, upon at least these 3, then you'll be able to not go into initiative until you presumably need to go against those guys.
My maximum damage with my bow is 11.
Okay.
How far away?
Sorry?
How far away are they?
From Ogre, Ogre has remained behind. You said that you want to put him across to where they're hypothetically going to be?
Yep.
Okay, so in that case, roll me stealth for Ogre.
Oh,
No.
wrong way, Olga.
That's with a +1, sorry.
Okay, 14. So technically you're stealthier than either Tinker or Nero.
Sorry, I get disadvantage. Still good.
Yep, still good. Okay. So Ogre quickly slides into the the bogland, and makes his way reasonably quietly across the water without much of a ripple. You are able to get across to one of the islands, which is directly across from where the skeletons are. There is a bridge here towards an island which is almost in the middle of the boglands. From there, you should be able to attack either of the 2 split groups of skeletons. One with 6 members, the other one with 3. So the group with 3 members is closest to Nero and Tinkrit.
Cool. Can I get a hand axe prep? Just if one of them doesn't die from their attacks, just throw it at Matt.
Yeah, sure. All right. So if that case, you'll be moving forward and up to there. Again, still being stealthy, presumably. With your hand axe, Nero and Tinkrit, would you guys be able to roll your attacks and also advise which particular skeleton you're going for.
Before I do, is there somewhere that I can use my bonus action to hide after taking the shot?
Not for this one. No, wait, you're a rogue. I don't think that one kicks in until next level, that particular ability.
Level 2, I thought, although I'm routinely wrong. All sorts of things.
Let me double check. Rogue. Rogue. Class, rogue.
Cunning action at second level.
Oh, okay, so it's second level. Then in that case, yes, you are correct. Sorry, I thought that was level 3 thing. All right, so yep, you're good to go from here. Which of these guys would you like to attack? Feel free to ping on them.
That one.
That one? All right. Okay, so what specifically are you going to do?
With taking advantage of my sneak attack, I'll draw back my short bow and take a shot.
All right. That was nearly a 1. Okay, so it looks like your accuracy is going to fly true. You are going to be able to hit. So for a sneak attack, let's have a look. All right, so flavor it up for us. Exactly what happens?
So this, I think I've done 13 damage. Is that right?
Looks to be 10 according to Roll20.
Then but it's not. I've got plus. So I roll 1d6 plus 3 plus a d6, and it doesn't seem to be putting the. Oh no, quite right. It's 10. Sorry, I take it all back. So with a flash of lightning, I put an arrow square into the skull of the skeleton's head. Its skull shattered, but it kept shambling on.
All right. So there is an explosion of bones and white powder, which gets soaked down by the rain. It looks like the rest of its body is able to continue, but it's completely blinded now without its skull. Tinker, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna shoot this one.
All right.
Wow!
Natty 20. Okay, well, if that's the case, let's look. So that's going to be that, and then just double that. That's going to be at least 10 damage from the things as well.
I've got +3 because of is that showing up? +3 because of my dexterity.
I think you got a 3 plus a 3, and then it automatically rolls your second dice.
Yeah, from looks things. I just automatically double it, so it's doing it differently from what I do. But on the other hand, you do have a nat 20, and this thing is obviously close to dying. Would you like to use that nat 20, or are you good for now?
I'm going to save it for the boss.
Save it for the boss. All right, so what happens to this guy?
It's I see the amazing shot from Jorge, my mate Jorge Nero, and I try to replicate it, and I too take off its noggin, and it shatters into bone dust, and thus there are now 2 skeletons walking around skullless.
That's
Fair
amazing.
Enough. Okay, and now we're going to go with Olga.
You had a high five. I give Nero a high five too.
Hell yes.
All right, Olga. You now have 2 headless skeletons and 1 completely fine skeleton. Presumably their attention had now been attracted towards the other 2. You do have the chance to throw your hand axe now, and then after that we'll roll into initiative.
Yeah.
Uh, 13. That is a successful hit.
Yeah.
Just.
9 damage.
9 damage. Upon the closest one?
Upon one of the ones that don't hit.
That
The
one
one
hit.
that.
Sorry, you said the one that wasn't hit?
Yep.
Alrighty. So for a 9, what do you do?
Well, I also go for a headshot, but not quite strong enough to take the head off. He now just has an axe stuck in his skull.
It's the second time that axe has gotten stuck in someone.
Yes, it is.
Alrighty, you guys are
Sharpen
able.
it.
You guys are able to hear the dull thunk as this hand axe embeds itself directly in one of the skeletons. Just in the sake of fairness, for Salturum, do you also want to make a movement? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You can get this far across the bridge. I don't know how well your ranged attacks are, but it's definitely an option for you.
Yeah, look, I've got a crossbow, but I mean, what I think I'd prefer to do is try and move across this island here.
Okay.
Could you magic missile all three of them to death?
Not from this range, I don't think. Oh, it's 120 feet. Am I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
could,
I probably
absolutely you could. It's going to be a bit of a dead giveaway, though.
Yeah,
the problem is that if I magic missile them, how many spell slots do I have? I've got 3 spell slots, so.
Because the other 5 over here are investigating like a solar flare that went off. So hopefully, 3 little magic missiles don't attract them too much.
That's the thing. What I was hoping to do is let you guys eliminate those 3, move to the island over here, so that I can give range support to Ogre and allow you guys time to come to this island for the inevitable battle with this group over here when they get over here. Does that sound right?
Sounds okay.
Because I don't think I need to do anything with those 3 up there. I think you guys are taking care of them. I think the more important thing is to cover you guys from the rear when these other 5 skeletons come charging across, as they
Yeah, but
inevitably will shortly.
If we take these ones out now, the other ones have no reason to charge across.
I think they might hear what's going on.
You do have the opportunity for a triple kill shot.
That is pretty enticing, isn't it? Fuck it. Let's
Save it for the boss. Save it for the boss.
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to save it for the boss. From the skeletons and they come up in a second.
Anyway, I'm metagaming. I'll shut up. Sorry. You do what you like.
No, metagaming is good because my intelligence is 10. All right, I think I might move across the island.
Alrighty. So, as I said, the water will be difficult terrain. You're only going to make it about 50 feet across. You will be mid-water. Unless you would like to dash, in which case you would end up about here.
No, mid-water's fine.
All right.
Go prone.
Should I roll for stealth?
Go prone underwater.
Is that pointless?
Yes,
stage?
please roll stealth, assuming that you want to be stealthy. Otherwise, you can stealth and hope it beats theirs.
Yeah, no, I do. I think they might have spotted me, boys.
You could use your bardic inspiration.
Oh, what was that?
That's a D6 if you want it.
Yeah. What's the code for D6?
1d6.
So I just type 1d6.
No, /R, then 1d6.
Oh. / or backslash?
/.
/R.
/R.
Yeah.
Then 1d6. Space between it.
Oh, space between it.
All right. So, Salturan, your stealth goes up to a 7 with the bardic inspiration. Unfortunately, that one is not high enough, and as a result, all of the skeletons who still have a skull, their attention immediately turns to you. Now, can you explain to us exactly what happens that you are able to get down that low?
Oh, my damn robes. They get snagged on a log, crashing into the water and flail about as my armor drags me down slightly before I manage to rise up again, look around and see 7 fucking skeletons charging at me.
That's fair enough. All right. Well, gentlemen, in that case, kindly roll yourselves into initiative.
Yeah.
So that's hitting the initiative button in Beyond 20, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's hitting the initiative button on Beyond 20, isn't it?
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
How
I think initiative's different for me, that when you click on initiative, you then need to go and click on Beyond 20 in the top right.
Yeah. So you do that, and you roll a 10, apparently.
How do you have a +8 for initiative?
Because I'm a variant human, I could take a feat at first level
Oh,
instead
right.
of...
The alert or whatever.
Yeah. So that's an extra +5, I think.
You can also be proficient in initiative. It technically is one of the dexterity skills. They just don't tell you.
Seriously?
Yep. Okay, and Michael +1. All right, so it looks like the first person to be moving in our initiative will be Nero.
The
So, Michael, take it away.
If I advance forward to there, could I hide behind the bridge? So what I want to do is advance to here, take a shot at the one with the axe in its head, which I think is that one,
Mm-hmm.
and then hide behind, like under the bridge.
Oh, under the bridge. All right. So the bridges are not overly that far above the water itself, but you should be able to squeeze in there. So I will allow it since that's your bonus action.
And firing at... So the axe head is also the only one who's noticed Ciruimon, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think Axed no longer have a head.
I think Axed probably won't be alive. All right. So you are correct. I was correct. It looks like Axehead is about to lose his undeath. Nero, how would you like to take care of Axehead?
I think I'll wait till the axe is directly away from me. I do another headshot and smash the axe out the other side.
Fair enough. All right. So the axe is going to fly off of the skeleton it was embedded in, and with a splash, it will land in the swamp over here.
You better find that. I want that back.
August shouts from the other island.
Well, you shouldn't throw them away if you want to keep them.
What was that? What was that splashing? Okie doke. And you're going to be hiding again. Roll me stealth. I think you just almost literally did the exact same roll twice, just for different things. Okay, with the 22 in stealth, you are more than welcome to apparently flip into another dimension from the looks of things. How would you like to hide yourself away under this bridge?
I think I'd take the shot and then throw myself under, or slide fully under, so that I could even, next time if I wanted to, pop up on the other side. But at the moment, I'm just directly under the bridge.
Or do or offer an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
Okie doke. Well, moving on in the initiative roll, it looks like our skeletons are apparently going to be having some fun with you guys. So, as previously mentioned, due to Saltorum getting a 7 in stealth, this is enough that all of these skeletons are now aware of your presence, and all of them are going to be heading towards your position. Now, it looks like they are following the pathways, as it does seem like whatever is actually controlling them must have set it out. So let's have a look. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. One is going to be there. 30. One's there. Unfortunately, it looks like all of them are beginning to quite neatly by the bridge, fairly close to where Ogre is. These two, however, do have short bows, so they're going to be trying to get Solturum from here. So give me a second. Where is my D&D Beyond thing? I think it just disabled itself. Well, that's rude. Give me a second, guys. Apparently my tools are breaking down even as I use them, which is actually not the first time that has ever happened. Ooh. Screw it. I'm just going to do the actual formulas that are here. All right. So let's have a look. Two of them with bows. D20. Okay, Solturum is a 18 and a 19 enough to bypass your armor?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So in that case, two of these arrows are going to fly across, and you're going to be experience a sensation of two of them slamming into your chest area, more into the heavy muscle of your shoulders. Let's have a look. So the first arrow is going to embed and apparently do 5 damage.
Yep.
And the second one is going to do 7 damage.
Okay.
Alrighty. How you looking?
I'm still alive.
Fair enough. Alright, so that's my turn done. Solturum, it is now time for your counterattack, presumably.
Well, I don't really have much choice, do I? It's 1.
Oh, there it goes.
Nice.
I'll hit one of the archers.
Alrighty. So we'll go for this guy for all of the damage.
Yep.
Alright. So your magic missile, how does that look to us?
I reel back from with 2 arrows sticking out of my chest and scream as I'm flying back, flinging my hands down and shooting towards one of the archers that I saw shot the arrow at me.
Alrighty. Now the rest of your companions will.
Now, do I have a movement option here?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I would like to move backwards after I cast the spell to my movement range, probably to the bridge.
Go prone.
That'll be happening in a
I'll
second.
dive under the water.
All right. So
I'll jump behind the bridge. Actually,
your full movement is to the bridge itself.
God damn it! I'll duck down then in front of the bridge in the water.
Sorry?
making myself a small target.
You still go prone.
I'll go prone then, but I'll drown, won't I?
No, you only have to hold your breath for 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'll go prone on the bridge.
Fair enough. All right. So the rest of you can hear your Aasimar companions scream and hear the thunks of what sound like arrows hitting flesh. You can see some magic missile bolts shoot out and slam into one of the skeletons who it looks like has been mostly shredded by these magic missiles, but it is still capable of moving. Anything else for your turn?
From me?
Yep.
No. I'm whimpering, lying in a prone position on the bridge, trying to take the arrows out of my chest.
All right. So that'll be a medicine check for your next turn then. In the meantime, Tinkret.
I am going to shoot one of, I think perhaps this chap, and then I'm going to go back to here and I will lie prone.
Alrighty. You kids and you're lying prone.
Oh, what did the headless skeletons do? Did they just stay still?
Sorry?
The headless skeletons didn't do much?
Oh. Actually, that is a good call. I forgot to actually do something with them. My bad.
So did they.
All right. So in that case, I'm going to say that this first one is going to have run up to Nero, and this one has a sword, so it's going to attempt to attack you.
I am hidden.
He's hidden.
Oh, that is true. Okay. So it was there. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It can actually make it across to Tinkrit.
I fucking knew it. Hang on, attack of opportunity.
Yeah, can I... what I would love to do is, I'm not sure if there's enough clearance, but shoot an arrow from under the bridge through the slats into it as it runs by.
Doing so will provide it with 3/4 coverage, so it's going to have an increased AC. You are more than willing to try that, though. Sorry, more than welcome to try.
Oof.
Do you have advantage from attacking from sneak or stealth?
You do.
Don't believe so, as far as I'm aware.
I thought sneak attacks had advantage, didn't they?
Yeah, no. Only when you're attacking from stealth, you have.
Stealth. Sneak attack. Here it is.
The sneak attack for the rogue just gives me an extra d6, I think, or an extra dice, depending on level.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. You get extra d6 every.
Okay, so yeah, you're fine. Okay, so unfortunately, it looks like you do miss this particular skeleton. A d20 to see if it notices. And it does notice.
Doesn't have a head. What does it notice with?
Its feet.
Its aura.
Avatar has tremor sense. All right. So it is. Wait, where is it? Okay, back here. It is going to try and stab its sword down through the planks and into you. Fortunately, you also have 3/4 cover. So let's have a look and see whether it succeeds. I'm assuming a 23 is going to hit.
Is there some way I could use my acrobatics in this, like rolling in between stabs?
Not really. So that's kind of factored into that.
Yep.
For example, you dodge. I probably would have allowed it, but unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be able to directly hit you. So that is... dealing 5 damage as it slices down into your body. Okay, and as for this guy over here, he is likewise going to go across 5, 10, 15, and he is going to join in the attack on Nero.
Do we know that he noticed, though, just because the first guy did?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Nero, what is your armor class?
So before 3/4 cover, my armor class is 14.
14? Okay. So this one, unfortunately, his blade is a bit too thick to get through the planks of the wood, and he is unable to actually get at you. Okay. So yes, these two are now done. We'll go back to Rob and Tinkrit.
I shoot this one now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm getting there.
Okay, that is going to be a successful hit. And from the looks of things, you're also going to shoot killer one. What happens?
I decide to, seeing the head didn't stop it, I'm going to shoot it right in the pelvis, so the spine and the legs both fall in different directions. The pelvis shatters like a septuagenarian.
Ah, gotcha. Septuagenarian doing the tango. All right, there is a cracking noise, and this particular skeleton seems to snap into. You are able to see that a dark shimmer vapor seems to flee from the remains as whatever is actually empowering this thing leaves.
Okay.
Anything else for your turn?
Yeah, I moved down to here and I used the bridge for cover.
Yep, no worries. Okay, and now moving on to Olga.
Can I rush any of them with my longsword or not quite?
Yes, you can. So the nearest one to you at the moment is only 10.
Cool. I'll rush him with my longsword.
Alrighty.
Hits
That
him.
is definitely a hit. So damage?
Yep. Sorry.
All good.
6.
6 damage. All right. So, as you rush this particular skeleton, you are able to almost physically lift it up as you attack it, but it looks like your weapon is going between some of the bones, but cutting through some of the others. Would you like to do anything else with your turn?
No, that's about all I can do.
Yep. No worries. Now, as you're rushing towards this skeleton, you don't notice a strange grinding sound on the ground near you, as something, it seems, is digging its way out of the earth.
Oh,
Cool. So I notice that or don't notice?
You don't notice that.
We've
Okay,
got
then.
backup.
Tell me that.
unlikely.
All right. So we'll go back to first Nero.
I leap out of the water, sort of Neo from Matrix like, with my dagger. And so, before I finish this sentence, is that a skeleton up here?
Yes, it is. It's meant to be down here.
Oh,
It is now
cool.
down here.
So
Dash.
I leap out and slash with my dagger.
Yep. Try and cut those non-existent tendons.
Did that work?
No. And that is a hit. And from the looks of things, you are... What happens? Do you actually slash its non-existent tendons?
I think
You will them into life so hard.
what I want to do is leap over it and then dash as far as I can towards the house.
Oh, okay.
So planting my skull, my dagger into the base of its skull where it joins its neck, acrobatically flip over it. Happy to roll the dice for that, and just bolt using my bonus action as well.
What would your passive acrobatics be?
13.
13? All right. You're going to be able to flip over this thing, no worries. All right. So you do so. And while you're at it, what would your passive...
Oh, sorry, you just cut out then. Passive what, sorry?
Passive stealth?
15.
15? All right. So you're going to be rushing towards the house then. So 5, 10... Oh, wait. No, you can move this yourself. I think you can. Wait, I did allocate those, didn't I? Yeah, you guys should have access to actually move them yourself.
I'm going to I think that gets me to... Hang on, let me count that again. So that's 10 feet from...
10 feet from... There's a way to put multiple arrows on this.
That'd be good.
Now, I know there is, I just can't recall press for it.
I'm pretty sure I can get to there.
You have 30 feet of movement?
Yeah.
Okay, from what I can tell, you should be able to make it here. Oh, wait,
If I cut through there and cop the...
And
I'm dashing. I'm dashing, sorry.
If you're dashing. Oh. Because that's your bonus action as well. Okay, yep. So in that case, you are correct.
You've got tickets on yourself if you think you're dashing.
Says the bard.
There's me with 2 arrows sticking out of my roads.
Okay, so
You're holy.
really, guys, those are the jokes we're gonna make.
I'm
All
also
right.
going to try.
I think
not
dad
try-
jokes are completely appropriate given the majority of the members.
All right, well, it's up to our skeletons now, and they are now Ogre. So let's have a look and see how we go with that. So the first of the skeletons is going to now rush forward and attempt to slash a sword directly at you. And when that occurs, what would your AC be?
19.
Sorry?
19.
19? All right. So how do you either dodge or do you absorb this particular one?
Probably just absorb it.
Absorb it? All right. So you're able to weather the first of the blows that this skeleton throws at you with no worries. Now, the second one rushes forward and likewise is also going to be doing the same thing. Let's have a look. And this one, on the other hand, snapping noise, as apparently its leg gets stuck in the bog and completely comes off. This completely disrupts its attack and it just goes wildly wrong.
Can I make an attack of opportunity if fell off?
Sorry, say that again.
Can I make an attack of opportunity if its leg fell off?
Not for that one. It's not moving out of attack range. It's more me flavoring it. It hasn't actually done anything wrong.
Yeah, but you can't let me drop.
You can beat it. You can beat it to death with its own leg, though.
The rest of the campaign is just you cutting a swath of destruction across the continent with a skeleton leg. Okay. Skeleton number 3 also has a sword, but for a 17, would you like to dodge or absorb?
Probably just shield bash it.
Dash it? Alright. So you are able to prevent it from getting any further. One of the other skeletons is unable to make it across the bridge at all. It's kind of just stuck between the mob. The other 2 over here, on the other hand, are going to now shoot you with their arrows. Let's have a look.
Do I get cover from the other skeletons, or?
No, you don't. With a 23, one of these arrows is going to hit you.
Yep.
So this one flies through the air and pretty much cuts past your arm, dealing about 6 damage with a fairly deep scratch along your forearm. Now, at the same time, the other one is also shooting at you. Getting a 16. Unfortunately, the arrow does actually go wide and ricochet off one of the other skeletons and just pings away into the bog unharmed.
Cool.
Alrighty. So it looks like Solturum's turn is now up.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, Olga. I'm coming. I'm gonna go. Sorry. I'm going for the archers again.
All right.
With a firebolt. I have no idea what happened just then.
Woo! It looks like you just rolled a natural 20 on a second.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going for the archers because they're for revenge, but also I think that Ogre has, with blocking them on the bridge, a better opportunity to deal in melee combat with them than with them being harassed by the archers.
Okay, sorry, you faded out towards the end there.
I just smash them with the firebolt.
Alrighty. Okay, so you only have the one attack, I assume. So would you like to go for that one or for this one?
The one that I haven't hit.
Sorry?
The one that I didn't hit. The one that I didn't attack last time.
Oh, yep, that would be this one. All right, so you're going to be able to pretty much kill this thing with fire, apparently. In a summer storm, How does that happen?
As I see the skeleton drawing back to take another shot at Ogre, raise my hands in the air and calling out the magic incantation for a firebolt, launch a burning incendiary, arcs across the bog and slams the chest of the skeleton, instantly setting it ablaze and causing it to break apart and crumble to the ground.
Very nice. Okay, is that it for your turn? Rations +1. All right. So I did also realize that I forgot something. There is one more enemy to make a turn, and that will be our little guy down here.
Well, who's who?
Okay, let me have a look here. So, Olga, as you are defending yourself from the skeletons on the other side at you, you suddenly feel a slam impact directly into you from directly behind you. Let's have a look. However, apparently this has absolutely no effect, and as it impacts into you, you feel squelch, like a wet squelching sensation, as something kind of hits into you and then more peels itself away. When you turn around, you can see what looks like a half-decayed corpse with now various liquids oozing out of the cracks in the skin it's just gotten from slamming itself against you. Alrighty. So yes, Solturum, I'm assuming you're done with your turn? I think you've muted yourself.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
I'm good. I don't have any other actions I can take aside from my movement action. And let me just see, do I want to... I'll move... I can move 30 feet, right? So...
You'll be using only half movement, so 15, because you're...
Because why? You there?
Sorry?
So I missed what you said, sorry.
Because you ended your last turn as being... You'll use half your movement speed to stand up.
Oh, okay, yep. So I'm just going to roll over and use the bridge for cover.
Okay.
Ogre's within range for my spell attack, so no great need to go rushing into the play.
Yep. Where would you like to put Solturum then? Don't forget, you can actually move your character.
So yeah. Is that right? See?
Yep, that works. Okie doke. Moving on to our next turn will be Tinkrit.
I think I'm going to cast Healing Word on Olga. How much damage have you taken, Olga?
6.
Yeah, Olga's been fine.
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, what are you casting on him?
like
Look down at me, I
that
have 2 arrows down in my chest. Fucking halfling.
Yeah, but you're behind a bridge. He's got like 4 things around him.
Yeah, I get breathed on harshly by one of those skeletons and I'm dead.
Okay, I'm going to shoot one of the skeletons then. To reduce the amount of time that, yeah. Is that any of them damaged?
And whinging from the sorcerer.
Yes, which the sorcerer. Which ones are damaged? Am I able to ascertain that?
None of these ones are actually damaged.
Ow. I might shoot the...
This archer is damaged.
No, I don't think that one was damaged.
Yeah, I hit it with 3 magic missiles in the first round.
Yeah.
I thought that went for that guy.
No, I wanted to kill... I
The
wanted to hit
undamaged.
the undamaged one last time.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. I mean...
Well, you know what? Apparently we accidentally killed that one instead. Oh, well.
Whoops.
Okay. I will shoot the archer.
All right. 75 feet away. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yes, it is.
Well, apparently, yes, that is a problem. So your arrow goes instead lands swamp over about here. Now, as you are watching, you see with a look of horror on your face, a rumbling noise. Sorry, dirt begins to get displaced over by where the arrow is, and one more of those creatures begins to pull itself from the ground. There.
Oops.
All right. Is that it for your turn?
I remain in cover. So I was doing the sniper shot, resting my crossbow.
Got it. All right, Olga.
Does that give you any advantage? Sorry, not an advantage, but an
Sorry?
actual advantage. Does resting your crossbow on something give you any advantage?
It does not.
Okay.
I guess I will finish off the one I attack the last turn with my longsword.
Sorry, say again.
I'll attack the same one I attacked last turn with my longsword.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 22. That is definitely going to be a hit.
8 damage.
And you got exactly on its HP. How would you like to kill it?
Just straight through the shoulder to the ribs. Just straight cut, clean, just in half.
He killed that. He split that skeleton in twain. Sorry, it's your reference. All right, so that skeleton is now down. Anything else?
Nah, pretty good. I can't honestly do much else.
Fair enough. All right. So as the force leaves the skeleton that you have apparently cut in twain, the jumble of bones pretty much just collapses to the ground and the skull just rolls off into the river.
Cool.
Alrighty. It is now the start of the turn. Back to Nero.
I'm going to take a shot. So what I want to do is take a shot at that one, then move to what seems to be some wreckage or something there and try to hide behind it.
Alrighty.
I can't just, like, I'm not pausing, like a quick inspection as I aim at it. I can't tell what it is.
I believe it's just a bush. Nothing exciting.
I don't know, the thing that I'm shooting at.
Oh, that thing. What is your passive arcana?
10.
No, you were not able to identify it. But apparently you are able to hit it.
And you didn't roll
know
a
something used to kill it.
Sorry?
So that's 5 damage, or if it qualifies for a sneak attack, 11 damage.
I'll give it the 11 damage. And your passive perception was 15, wasn't it?
12 for perception.
All right. So as you square up and prepare to take a shot at that particular creature, you don't notice that there is, again, more displaced dirt coming from apparently behind you.
Well, I'll move ahead and try to hide.
Yep, no worries. Okay. Stealth of 11. You make that noise, that's still decent. Alrighty. So Nero is going to dash behind the bush or wreckage there, and apparently it's slightly see-through, and you're not quite as subtle as you thought you were being. But in the meantime, it looks like it is now the turn of the monsters. So the majority of these guys are again going to be attempting to attack Ogre. So let me very quickly try and roll the 3 skeletons.
Oof.
Ooh.
One of them apparently hits you with its sword for a critical at that. The rest of them, however, do not.
All right.
Alrighty, just a sec. All right, so it cuts through into your skin. It's going as in a very deep cut, inflicting 8 slicing damage.
Cool.
Now, the creature behind you, on the other hand, again, it kind of throws itself forward towards you to try and slam into you. And critically fails.
Does it like miss me and hit one of the other skeletons, or
It melts.
Impales itself on the sword of the fallen skeleton.
Well, Olga, it's going against you. What would you like to happen to this creature behind you?
I say just like Olga just takes the shit to the shoulder from before, just leans to the side, and it just misses my side and hits the other skeleton right in front of me.
As in, they both fall prone, or they both kill each other?
Kill, kill, kill.
We'll go with a kill.
Shocker. All right. So the two of them slam into each other, and if you can recall a more disgusting sound of fleshes, juices, and bones just slurring together into one undead creature, you've mercifully forgotten what that sound was. However, it looks like whatever particular forces are again controlling them don't seem to be compatible with one another, and the two of them just kind of quiver in the moment before it just slumps down into one large pile of flesh and bone.
Cool.
So where are these new X's going?
Sorry?
Where are these two dead creatures now, just so I can see on the map?
Right there. There's 3 of them on the one square right now.
Okay, great.
Alrighty. So these guys over here, on the other hand, this one over here has finished unburying itself, and it's beginning to amble towards where Olga is. This one, on the other hand, likewise is unburying itself. It can't see whatever creature seems to have summoned it above the ground, so it's going to be checking to see whether it might be able to find Nero. And it definitely cannot. Okay. So it kind of just shuffles around aimlessly before it hears the noise of what's going on down here and begins to drudge into the swamp towards Olga.
God damn it, everything wants to fucking kill me.
You're very loud right now. In the swamp, not IRL. Okay, Solturum.
We lost you then. What?
What did you say?
Solturum's turn.
Right. I'm going to move. I can go 30 feet, can't I? So I can move up to there. Or to there. How do I?
5,
Yeah,
10, 15,
Let
20,
me use the measurement tool
25,
for you.
30.
Yeah.
Your second one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move up to there and launch a firebolt across at the next archer.
So
just
is it even living anymore?
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh, yep. Okay. So Archer will be about there.
Alright, second.
That is a hit. Dealing. Okay, how do you want to kill this one?
Dashing across the bridge, I stick my hand out and launch it, shouting out the magic incantation again, and I scream to Ogre to duck, launch a firebolt over his body, which arcs into the hips of the skeletal archer, causing a tower of flame to arch up through the chest and explode out the top of the head, and the archer collapses and onto the bridge.
Oh my.
Oh my. All right. So that's another enemy that you guys have been able to successfully remove. There are only 2 more skeletons plus whatever these creatures are.
Can I do an Arcana check to see whether I recognize them, because they seem somewhat familiar to
What's your passive arcana?
How do I work that? Is that
10 plus the arcana modifier.
+3?
+3, 13. All right. And since you were able to recognize the skeletons earlier, I'm going to provide that with advantage. So with a passive, that means it gets +5 to whatever it is. So for an 18 now, you're able to recognize this creature as the fancy name that they like to give it is simply called an ash zombie. It's not quite that big a threat on their lonesome. The biggest issue is that because of their lingering physical remnants, it tends to be rather dusty if hit. So when that occurs, they tend to either explode in a huge cloud of skin or sludge, which tends to be a bit of an issue for those around in their direct vicinity.
Grody.
All right.
All right. So
Okay. So I scream out to Ogre and say, Ogre, that thing was an ash zombie. Be careful when you attack it. Don't breathe in its foul fumes. Yeah?
Okay.
Does that work? Oops, sorry, I don't know what I did then. Ignore that.
accidentally rolled arcana. All right.
Yeah.
So that's all good to go. Getting all of the messages over there, Luke. It is now Tinkerit's turn.
I'm considering casting Fairy Fire on those 3.
Which 3?
Him, and him. They're all in 20 foot of each other.
Yep.
But then again, he's in deep poo, so I think maybe I'll do a healing word on him.
It's alright, I'm still on 6 health.
6 health. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to shoot. Any of them damaged?
Not at the current time.
Far out. Okay, and I can't knock them off. I'm moving. Someone's moving me. There we go. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I will cast healing word on my. Shit. Oh well.
It was a healing word. You could have said more, but you figured one was enough.
Yes, it looks that way.
It was a healing quip.
It's like a healing letter.
A healing syllable. You just screamed. Ah!
That's 4 health for me.
It's 4 health for you.
It was the equivalent of hocking a loo.
Alrighty, and that's it for your turn?
That's all I can do.
Alright, let's move back to our fighter. Ogre, go for it.
I'm going to attack one of the skeletons around me again.
Alrighty. So you have 2 of them in a 5 foot vicinity, and apparently that is enough to hit. Alright, go.
Shit, wrong one.
1d8 equals 4 damage. Alright, so you've done about 1/3 of its HP. How does it look?
Probably just a slash through taking 2 of its ribs off.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Like Cher?
What?
Cher. That rumor about Cher having 2 ribs removed.
Yeah. I thought that was meant to be Marilyn Manson.
I can't.
Yeah, so
I'm-
It depends. It depends. Every 5 years, celebrity.
Yeah.
Every generation has that one celebrity who has it, apparently.
Are you calling me old?
Well, if you're making share references, as
I think,
opposed to
I think he was calling me old.
Alrighty. And presumably that's the end of your turn, Luke?
Yeah.
Yep. Alright. In that case, we're back to Nero.
I would just like to point out first up that these skeletons are also Share fans. They believe in life after love.
Yeah, I
you know
should have
that?
anticipated that pun, huh?
So I'm embarrassed to say that what Lukey said before made me look up unseen attacks. So if a creature can't see you, then you do get advantage, but it gives away your position.
Yep.
If that's okay, because I
Yeah.
would like to shoot at. Why are you not? Oh, I know why. What I will later learn to be an ash zombie that is there.
Yep. No worries. Okay,
If
go
I-
for it.
I was shouting pretty loudly.
And if I can do the advantage thing, then. Oh, sorry, that's not helpful.
Well, it's just
That's-
+5. It's 15.
Yeah, 15. Yeah.
15. Wait, sorry, what? Wait, why are we rolling a d10?
Advantage.
I rolled an extra d20 for advantage, but it didn't apply the modifier. I forgot to put the modifier in.
Oh, got it. Okay, so it was a 15?
Yeah.
Alright, in that case, yes, it is a hit.
For 13 damage.
13 damage. Okay. Let me just double check. All right. 13. How would you like to kill this thing?
Straight through the chest. And did you say that they explode into like just a shower of dust?
Generally, yes.
That would be amazing.
All right.
Yeah, maybe not.
All right. So as that thing explodes, it goes into a bit of that gore that I mentioned before. When that occurs, you can see that. Well, apparently, I'm moving the entire map. My bad. When that occurs, you can see that vision becomes obscured for about 5 feet around that particular creature. So, just a sec.
Excuse me, I have disciplinary issues.
Sorry?
I have to discipline a child. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Go for it. And there we go. All right. So, yes, it has a cloud about 5 feet around it, just made up of its now rotting flesh flying.
If I can then move over to here, is there like a door or window that I can obviously see on the hut?
Yes, there is. There is a doorway specifically about there.
I move to there where it looks like there's something I could hide behind and hide.
Yep, no worries. All right. And you're doing rolling for that, or?
$11 again.
Fair enough. All those 11 rolls. I mean, to be fair, you guys have actually been rolling really well tonight.
Not as well as last week.
No, I don't think you guys have actually missed aside from one time on these guys.
Mm.
Okay, so these creatures, on the other hand, one of them did get exploded, as you guys well and truly know. You now have 2 skeletons attacking you, Ogre. So, just a sec. One of them is able to successfully hit you, slashing with its sword. The other one, fortunately, you were able to deflect. The one who is able to successfully attack you takes advantage of your distraction of attempting protect yourself from the other one and slashes you across across your ribs, inflicting 4 slashing damage.
Cool. No worries.
Okay, as for the one that is now heading directly towards you, this one over here is going to slowly come around and wade through the swamp around its companion and directly beside you, where it's again going to try and attack you. I swear to God, I'm not actually trying to kill you, by the way.
No, but fair enough. I threw myself in the middle of it.
And that's a 12. I don't think that's going to hurt.
No.
All right. So again, you guys hear the wet splat sound, but it just kind of bounces off you ineffectually.
That's good.
Okay, am I forgetting anyone else? No, I'm not. All right. On to the next turn of Solturum.
Where can I move to? I want to move somewhere up here. Can I move somewhere up here? What's my maximum movement range here? 3. When you go diagonally, does it still count?
It's still 5.
It can do that, so it automatically
All right.
calculates.
We'll go to there then. I'll move to there.
Yep.
Okay. All right, and I will. I'm well within range. And go with the greatest hits here. Oh,
Evidently not.
so bit of a fizzle that one.
All right. So apparently, unfortunately, you just can't beat the summer rain, and it fizzles out your firebolt before it can even land.
All right, and I don't have any more actions, do I?
Don't believe so.
No, that's me.
All right, Tinkrit.
I will shoot this one here. And I will yell at the same time, dodge. Ogre, dodge. Don't try and kill him, just dodge.
All right. So which one are you aiming for?
Him. He hasn't been hit, has he?
I don't believe. No, he has not.
Has any of them been hit?
The
This guy
zombie
has,
has.
and this guy has.
Okay, yeah, this guy's been hit. Sorry. I thought.
Right. With a 15, let's have a look. You barely hit it. All right. So Ogre dodges out of the way from your yell, and your arrow impacts into it. How do you want to kill it?
The usual. I think the skull hasn't worked, so it's another pelvis shot. So the legs fall to either side, and the spine separates itself from the legs, and it falls backward into the swamp.
Excellent. So there is a splashing noise, and unfortunately, this thing cannot turn back time, and it dies. Just going to make all of the share. Won't lie, I actually just did exhaust them. I don't really know share.
Oh, that was a bit cheeky.
Oh, wait, no. I know gypsies, thieves, and tramps, so I'll need to hold out for that one.
Okay.
Next session.
That sounds like the next adventure title.
It
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
know, right?
that's a bit like a bard.
Yep. Okay. So, Tinkrit, you are presumably done.
There's no more archers, so I'm going to move out. 2, 3, 5. There.
Now, what's your passive perception?
With passive perception, 12.
Okay, no worries. So,
Not another one.
as you are moving, you do, however, notice that there is a shifted dirt, and one of these creatures is now over here.
Thank God he's prone.
All right. Now, after Tinkrit, oh, that's not what I need. It is Ogre.
Just going to take another swing with my longsword.
All right. Would you like to do it against the ash zombie or against the uninjured skeleton? Apparently, it doesn't matter.
Really matter.
All right. What happens there? Ogre is a highly trained fighter. What caused him to miss?
That other ash zombie before me just exploding, just coughing up a bit of ash. Flesh at this point.
Yep. All right. So you attempt to go for the attack, but unfortunately your blow is not able to connect. Anything else from Ogre?
Yeah, I'm going to use my second win.
All right. And I think we're good. That's just healing you, correct? Wow.
Yep. So 11. Sweet.
Perfect. Okie doke. Back to the start with Nero.
So, my unsuccessful plan had been that I think that there's a necromancer or something that lives in this hut, and that when I got over here, then everyone else all the skeletons would start, be distracted. And that's obviously worked out perfectly. So what I'd like to do is the sneak round. Is there looking for a way to look into the hut whilst maintaining my stealth?
So from the looks of things, it is a fairly ordinary shack kind of thing. You can presumably peek through some of the wooden slats that make up the house. There isn't much in the way of windows except for some fairly high spaces up near the roof. But aside from that, it's just a bit too run down to actually have any proper windows.
Could I push the door open slowly and quietly?
All right. Still using the 11 stealth?
This would be a fresh roll, wouldn't it?
No, still you can use your 11.
I'd probably prefer to, given no, I'll roll the dice. Is that okay?
Yep. So that'll be your action for the thing.
Yeah, that's right.
17. Okay. So apparently you're going to get even stealthier opening that door. All right. So as you push open the door, you don't have dark vision, right?
No.
All right. So unfortunately, it does look like it is very dark inside this particular shack. You're not really able to see much in front of you. Alrighty. So in that case, it looks like it is up to our other guys again. So let's see if we can take out Ogre. I mean, let's see what we can do attacking Ogre. With a 22, we're actually going to get another hit. Wow. Considering I think you've just erased all damage I've done to you before.
But you've done 3 damage now.
Alrighty. So this one slashes at you, and it's able to do 7 slashing damage as pretty much it scores another hit across your ribs. The ash zombie on the other side of you is likewise going to slam into you at roughly the same time, pushing you towards the pushing you towards the blade. You said your AC is a 19, right?
Yep.
All right. So it's a near thing, but unfortunately, it is not able to actually do any particular damage. Now, this guy over here shambles forward into Tinkrit's range, and it endeavors to slam him into the swamp. Doing 21.
That's a hit.
That's a hit? Okay. Just a sec.
How come the 4 people moving past it before didn't wake it up?
Because you guys were stealthed. I was being very careful about that. Okay. It slams into you, inflicting 4 slashing damage. Bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Again, wet squelch. You're kind of just impacted like that memory clay into its torso.
Cool.
Ew. All right. Aside from that, that is everyone. Moving on to Solturum.
Okay, I would like to move up. Is this 30 feet up? This is 30 feet up here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't work out how to do the measurement line on.
So there is, I don't know if this will put you in the same place, but there's the measurement tool roughly. Wait, just a second.
Sorry, yeah,
Roughly
you
up
broke
here.
up then.
It's like a circle with what looks like a comb.
Oh yeah.
Yep. If you click on one square and then drag, it'll measure the difference. Distance.
Okay. So I'm going to move up to here. Oop. Was it there or there? Can't remember. Okay, and then I'm going to. Is that right?
Sorry?
Yeah. That's the right distance, wasn't it?
Yes.
I'm going to attack the zombie that just attacked Trinket.
Attacked Tinkered or Ogre?
Yeah, no, Tinker it. And with my, again, favorite spell at the moment. Oh,
Apparently not. Oh, wait, no, actually, that might be
I
enough.
think I do, don't I?
Actually, that is successful. Yes. All
Not
right.
that the zombie, I think, probably knows that.
Hey, damage is damage.
Damage is damage.
All right. So the flames do get fizzled out a little bit. Sorry, mostly by the time it hits it. So here we go. Anything else for your turn?
No, I think that's all my action.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
yeah, that's me done.
And on to Tinker.
How does disengage work?
For that one, it expends your action, but it means you won't get an attack of opportunity.
But I can still move, right?
Yes.
Can I double move or just move?
Just move. Unless you have a bonus action to dash.
I have no bonus action bar Bardic Inspiration, which I have done. I will disengage and piss bolt.
Yep. All right. Where would you like to run to?
There.
No worries. All right. So you're able to peel yourself off of the zombie thing and move away. That is indeed... Wait. 5, 10, 15... And you'll be able to make it to here instead.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Not really.
Yeah, still decent distance. Okay, Olga.
I'm going to attack the skeleton with my longsword again. God damn it.
Alrighty, apparently not for this. Wait, sorry, which one? This one or this one?
I can't see
The skeleton or the ash zombie?
skeleton.
Skeleton?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you attempt to slash into the skeleton, unfortunately, it looks like your weapon ricochets off of the skeleton's bones and harmlessly to the side.
Okay.
Okay. And back to Nero.
So I step inside the Baba Yaga
Inside the hut, yep.
and does that improve my vision at all?
Not really. So regardless of your vision status, it is very dark in there with no source of light.
Do I there's obviously no telltale signs that I can't hear anything breathing, like there's nothing obvious in there.
Not with your passive perception.
Cool. This is going to potentially compromise the stealth roll, but I light a torch.
Alrighty. So when the torch is lit up, you are able to see that the hut in here seems to be a standard mage's workshop. You can see a variety of alchemical ingredients, probably intended for some basic potions, as well as some general belongings and personal items such as books, some writing implements, and what looks like a small but fairly ratty set of clothing. You can't see anybody actually in here, though.
With my bonus action, which is, is there somewhere that I could set the torch down?
Setting it down will be a simple action, so you don't need to actually expend anything for that.
Okay, I set it down, and well, I don't have an action left, do I? So all I could do would be move. Well, I guess I then just head back into the fray.
Alrighty.
I move to, I think, it's there.
Perfect. All right. So the rain is still beating down on you guys, with the thunder occasionally deafening you every few seconds. This monster down here is going to chase after its quarry. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. No, actually, apparently it can't get you. It only has 20 feet of movement.
Woot!
Skeleton Buddy, on the other hand, is going to, you guys have probably guessed it, attempt to attack Ogre.
Asshole.
And getting an 18, which unfortunately is not enough to hit, as it slashes down and you are able to dance out of the way quite expertly. While the Ash Zombie, on the other hand, tries to slam its forearms into you, but outright misses as you are able to dodge both of them. Okay, and apparently that's it for my guys. It is now back to Solturum.
Okay. I'd like to move to there. Sorry.
Remember, if it does go across water, that's half your movement.
Oh, okay. So probably there. To there, and then that's the zombie there, isn't it?
Yep.
No, this one's the one that's attacking me.
Yeah, but you're able to run away from it because you're faster than it.
Okay.
So, are you cool with that?
Yep.
So, I am going to
Fireball.
I missed the roll then. What happened?
It put the Firebolt actual spell into the chat. It didn't actually roll for it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. $15.
15. That is a success. Which one were you going for again?
I was going for the zombie.
Yep. Okay. I'm doing fine. Okay, how does this one look? So describe it for us.
Well, I'm having difficulty with the wild weather casting in the rain, and I focus my energies more than I did in my previous casts to launch a fireball across to sizzle into the zombie. Although it's still not as strong as I would like it to be.
Alrighty. So it impacts, and you can see that some of the flame seems to have melted off some of the flesh. So a lot of its internal entrails and skin is just beginning to melt and fall out of the creature onto the ground. Alright.
How badly damaged is it looking?
It's looking decently damaged, but it probably has some fight left in it. Okay, Tinkret.
I will shoot the thing and move 25 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'll shoot him. Well, I will try and shoot him.
All right. So your shot coincides with a overhead blam of thunder, and it's enough to throw off your aim, and it goes wild and off into the bog. Okie doke. And Olga, would you like a skeleton or a zombie?
I will go with the skeleton again.
Has Olga used his bardic inspiration?
Nope.
Oh,
Nor does
Olga
he
just
need
got
it.
a nat 20. So,
Pretty sure that guy's dead.
oh yeah, he's almost definitely dead. But did you want to use the effects of that immediately, or?
Oh, no. No, I'll bank that.
All right.
So I will roll 2d8.
Yeah, he dead. All right, what happens? This isn't just a dead moment. This is he probably explodes as you go Super Saiyan-ish.
After like dancing around with the zombie for 12 seconds, just put my blade right through its ribs. Just can't actually get it. Put my blade down and headbutt it. Take its head clean off.
All right. So it collapses to the ground, and that dark magic seems to leave it again.
Can I make a perception roll to see if that dark magic is going towards the heart or is lean out into nothingness?
Do you have a bonus action?
No.
No. All right. So unfortunately not. What's your passive perception?
14.
14. You do notice that it seems to just dissipate into the air. It doesn't seem to be heading for any particular direction.
Cool.
All right. Back to Nero.
So is this? Sorry, I'm using the wrong thing. Is there only one bad guy left alive?
There's two. So there's one here and one here.
Oh, in that case, I will. If the short bow's range is 80 feet, how far is that in the dark and rain?
Pretty much, I've just been allowing you guys to roll that as normal.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll move to there. Take a shot at the last one on Olga, and then hide.
You probably shouldn't shoot the one on Olga because don't they explode?
Oh,
Well, he got an
well,
8.
I've got good news. And I'll try and hide.
So, like with Tinkrit, like with Tinkrit last time, a burst of thunder throws off your aim second, and unfortunately, the arrow is wild. But on the other hand, knowing this, apparently you slip into stealth with a 23. Okie doke. Coming up next are these guys, who this one. Let's have a look. 5, 10, 15, 20 is going to continue to chase after Tinker, while this one down here is hopefully going to make a possibly successful roll against Olga.
Can't say that.
Getting a natural 20. Yeah, I think that's a success. Right. Okie doke. So when it slams into you, you can feel bones also jabbing into you from its ribs, and that's going to do 8 bludgeoning damage. Alrighty, and coming up next is Saltorum.
All right.
And I apologize for the extended battle, guys. I was not anticipating it taking this long.
All right, I'm going for the zombie that's attacking Olga. And I'm going to Hit it
That
for
is
7
definitely-
damage. Again, focusing my will even harder than I did last time. I channel my raging anger at infernal undead that are attacking our party. Firebolt and launch it at the zombie that's attacking Olga.
Alrighty. So apparently your fury is intense enough that as it impacts into this particular zombie, it gives a final wet scream and then suddenly explodes. Olga, can I get you to make a Constitution saving throw? Maybe? Yes.
Yeah, just give us a sec.
No worries.
11?
Oh, doing an 11. Okay, you barely passed the DC for that. You are able to turn away just in time, though you do inhale a little bit of the substance that is emitting from this now deceased zombie. You cough a bit, but otherwise don't seem overly affected by it.
All right, I'm going to move 30 feet over to here as my second action.
Excellent. All right,
That's me done.
on to Tinkrit.
I'm going to shoot my buddy, and well, not my buddy, my
Besua?
my best fan. This one over here, and continue to escape at the same time. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and pew pew. Oh, huzzah!
Definitely hit. Let me have a look. All right. So it's not dead yet, but what happens?
I shoot it, and as I aim towards its sternum, the arrow flies, and I'm certain I've killed it. And when it strikes, I begin to start to scream, and then realize that it hasn't killed it, and my shoulders sink in disappointment.
It only counts as one. All right. I'll go. You're up. So,
And
I'll get you,
can I get up
Agnes.
to that zombie or not?
So you're currently surrounded by the deceased. As far as you can tell, everybody is now heading towards the hut. There is one zombie still pursuing Tinkrit, but you don't quite know that. In order to get to the hut by the most direct path, it's about 60 feet. So I want to say about 75 feet of movement since it goes over water. If you want to do a general movement around 40... yeah, it's probably the most direct path would be the quickest one for you as well.
All right. Guess I'll just do that then.
Alrighty. Give me a sec. 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30. All right. So the end of this turn, you're going to be stopped directly in the middle of a pool of water. You have Nero about 15 feet away, while Tinkrit is about 20 feet away to the north.
All right. Can I put away my longsword and get a hand axe ready just in case?
How many hand axes do you have?
2? Or can I actually go pick that other one?
You did not.
Can I go in the direction of that hand axe and pick it up?
Let's have a look. 5, 15, 25, 30. You can get next to it, so I'll allow you to pick that up.
Cool.
He's moved closer to the zombie.
And you have moved closer to the zombie.
Yeah, that's all right.
Alrighty. Back to Nero.
He's fiddling.
Michael, you're currently muted.
Forgive me. Taking aim at the one last foe.
Yep.
Shooting with, ideally with advantage.
No, it should be fine.
It's a short sword.
Oh, short sword.
Did I roll the... Oh, it's
Still
the
count.
same...
Same damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually... Yeah. But if I can use my advantage and...
Apparently.
So yeah,
All right.
9 damage.
Okay, 9 damage. Was that enough to... Wait, where is he? Yep, there he is. That is... Alright, so this thing looks to be on its last leg as you slash into its body and one of its arms comes off directly across the shoulder, like down there. It's kind of still hanging on by a ratty piece of skin and it's just dragging behind it as it heads now towards you.
I'd like to move to there and dive into cover.
All right. Roll me stealth, presumably with your bonus action.
Yeah, sorry.
22. Very nice. All right. So you are able to satisfactorily hide yourself in the shrubbery over there. The creature is ambling towards you, but after you disappear, it kind of just looks around in confusion before its eyes settle again on Tinkrit. Unfortunately, it has terrible movement, so it's going to be Solturum's turn now.
All right, I'm going to go inside the move inside the house.
Yep.
And I want to look around inside the house. And I have dark vision, so
I left my torch in there. Anyway.
Did you?
Yeah.
Right. What do I see in there? Can I roll Arcana to see if I can identify magical items?
If you would like. What is your passive perception while we're at it?
11.
11. All right. Yep. So feel free to do a Arcana, perception, or investigation roll.
Fuck me.
Apparently, you do not.
All right. I'm going to look around the room. What do I see in the room?
So pretty much what I described to Michael earlier. It looks to be a standard, very remote mage's workshop. There are some alchemical ingredients, as well as some general books, clothing. There's a pallet in the corner, as well as some tables. It looks like there are a few pieces of paper, as well as an inkwell. Aside from that, it's a fairly small shack.
What can I read? What's on the paper at all? Is there anything the occupant has written?
The paper is currently blank.
And what are the books about?
So the books look to be of an arcanic nature. Unfortunately, with your roll of 5, it looks like your knowledge about them seems to be a bit beyond you at the moment.
All right, I'm going to chuck them in my... I'll take those books.
All
How
right.
many are there?
Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Apparently there are 3.
I'll take all 3 books and place them in my backpack.
Yep, no worries.
Do I have anything else I can do at this stage? Or is that...
That's about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay in the place.
Tinkrit, your turn.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew,
And
pew.
then I'll move. If I have to. 12.
That is a hit, and you'll be happy to know how would you like to kill the final son of a bitch?
The arrow, and this time I'm certain it's going to get it. It bounces off. I aim for a pebble up the ground, which deflects from and goes up and goes straight from its groin up and exits out its head.
Wow, all right.
And it disappears in a puff of disbelief.
Fair enough. All right. So, with all of your enemies vanquished, you guys will now be able to leave initiative and presumably catch your breath. So, as you have a look around, you can see that there are various desecrated corpses around you. Presumably, there may be some others zombies buried among the ground, so you might need to be a bit careful. But Solturum and Nero, at the very least, have both been in the hut by now.
Can I do a survival roll, follow their footsteps, and go the same path they did?
Sure. All right. So, still feeling the lingering effects of the zombie that exploded next to you. You aren't really able to follow the direct footsteps. Actually, where is your character? That's definitely not it.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, he's that way. Yeah, so the lingering effects, you are able to, however, move about 15 feet away and stand next to Nero, near one of the other corpses.
Cool.
I'd like to head back in and investigate the house, looking for like trapdoors or anything like that.
I would like you to do that too.
While there, can I head inside the house and possibly take a short rest?
Short rest. All right. So if you guys take a short rest, it does mean that you will be.
I can do a song of rest, can't I? And everyone expends a hit die. How does that work?
Wait, say again.
Can't you use it? How do you use the hit die? To make yourself healthy again? Is it a long rest or a short rest?
That's a short rest. You are able to expend one hit die at a short rest.
Okay, so do we have 2 hit die at level 2? Is that the story?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well we can all do that, and I can do a song, and you get plus bonus plus 1d6 on top of that.
Alrighty. So if you guys are going to be taking a short rest, that means presumably any rolls that you guys are going to take place over that entire hour. So long as you aren't actually expending any additional energy, you should be able to successfully complete that without any worries.
All right. So should we all hit short rest on D&D Beyond?
Let me just do one check. Yes. So you guys are going to be expending the next hour just to take things slow.
Well, where do you do short rest? Let's do long rest.
Oh, I'm back up to manage maximum.
9 health.
Sure. Ruin all my hard work.
Oh,
Luke, you should get 2d6s if you're using Song of Rest and using one.
so,
Oh wait, plus 1. It's another 2.
whoops. Yeah, 4. Oh.
Whoop.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
After all of the rolling. All right. So over the next hour, the 4 of you begin to take the time to just have a look around this particular shack and try to investigate exactly why the zombies were probably attempting to guard it so ferociously. Now, it's taken you some time. You basically need that entire hour to catch your breaths, but towards the end of it, you get a little bit more perked up and presumably begin to actively look around the shack itself. So, Salturum and Nero have both done checks on this. Would Ogre and Tinkrit like to do checks on this now?
Sure. What kind of check? Perception?
What would you like?
Stealth, but that's not going to be any good. Deception, maybe. No, that won't work.
Can I ask if we're able to take just a 5-minute break? Or is now a convenient time for me to go have a break, just go to the bathroom or something?
Oh yeah, feel free.
Cool.
Alrighty, so
Yes.
that was Tinkrit's roll
Yes.
or insight with a 4.
Yes.
All right. Your investigations of the shack don't seem to reveal anything in particular. You are just, I suppose, a little bit appalled at the concept of anybody actively living in these sort of conditions.
Can I just do perception?
If you like. With an 18. Ooh, very nice. So the highest of the rolls so far. All right. So towards the end of that, you are having a look around, and you can see that it looks like near some of the mage instruments side of things, you are able to find a small board which looks to be at odds with the rest of the shelf around it. After investigating it, you're able to establish that it looks like this may be a hidden switch.
I will press that straight away without second thoughts.
All right. So when you press it, there is a rumbling sound, and the bookcase that the instruments are on smoothly swings open, revealing a small hole in the underside of the shack. Now, instead of going into water or mud, it looks like it goes down into a dark, deep earth. And as soon as you open it up, you can smell an intense scent of rotting meat.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I asked Salturum if he's actually found anything when he came in here earlier.
I didn't.
You didn't?
I did. I didn't find anything when I came in earlier, but I'm happy to have a look down this hole to see if I can sense anything.
All right, off you go then.
I'm not near my computer, Sam. I'm happy for you to roll for me if you would.
Oh, good. Yeah, you pick the player who's not at the keyboard right now. All right, give me a sec.
Or Rob, because I can always blame him. So that's probably more convenient for me.
That's fair.
Go, Rob.
What am I rolling? Perception.
Sure. $17. Okay.
Plus whatever his perception is.
+3.
So unnatural 20. All right. So Saltorum, when you peek over the hole and have a look into the area that's now opened up, you can see that there seems to be a moving mass of bones and flesh all mixed together. From your current perspective, it looks like there are patches of what look like clothing made from the colors of the royal army of the current kingdom, which is a uniform made out of blue and white fabric. It looks like you may have found your missing patrolmen. You can't actually see anything down there aside from whatever this shambling mound thing is.
How far away is it?
It's currently about, on the other side of the room, about 15 feet.
If I was to go to the hole, how far away would the shambling mass be?
50 feet. 15 feet.
Oh, 15 feet. Okay. Convenient. Can I cast Burning Hands down the hole?
If you'd like.
Okay. Can someone roll 3? Is it D6s?
I believe so. So 3d6. That is going to be a 7. Plus whatever your magic mod is.
Plus 5.
Okay, so that's going to be a 7. 12. All right. So the rest of you stand back, and pretty much a inferno of fire goes down directly into this hole. And you guys can hear a screaming noise from whatever this particular creature is. And however, it seems to survive this particular attack. And Saltorum is very quickly able to confirm that it is now heading towards the trapdoor itself.
Fantastic.
Can I just duck to the side of the side door and prep to attack it as soon as it's through?
Yep. Just a sec. Yep, we're good to go. All right. So you're preparing for an attack. What would the rest of you guys like to do?
Is it possible for me to take cover sort of there? Would I be able to hide there?
If you would like.
Great.
Are you hiding under the bed?
No, not quite.
In
There's
real life?
monsters.
So the four of you are able to ascertain that there seems to be a giant, strange, conglomerate-y creature down in the trap, down through the trap door. Now, you have done a little bit of damage on it, but it doesn't seem to have actually affected it too much, as it has now turned its attention towards the trap door and is beginning to shamble towards you guys. It looks like Nero has decided to dash back and initiate a stealth hide over by the door, where you got a natural 20. Salturum, you were the one to attack with the burning hands, I believe.
Yep.
I do
Alright.
the fight as well.
You'd like to hide as well?
Yep. Well,
Yep, go for it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's a 13. Bamity bam bam bam. Where would you like to hide? You have a table. You can hide under the bed if you.
like behind the door, and just prep the action to attack it as it moves out.
Yep, sure thing. All right, and Tinkrit, what would you like to do?
Is that hole? What's that hole? The black thing.
Yep, that's the hole down into the place.
Why am I there? I didn't do it. I did it for him, didn't I? Didn't I
Didn't
do
you
it?
say you prepared yourself to stand by it?
No, that was the Salturum, not me.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, well, never mind. What would you like to do then?
I too will hide behind here, and I can hide anywhere. It's one of my things, halfling things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
God damn it, man.
Okie doke. So the creature, it begins to stretch up towards the trapdoor, and there is a splintering noise as it begins to snap off some of the wood in an attempt to get through the ceiling and towards you guys. So it has increased the size of the hole like that. However, it seems to be having an issue in that it can't actually climb up and out of this particular hole.
So it's still in the hole, is it?
Correct.
All right. Have we rolled for initiative yet at all? Have we needed to do that?
I'm willing to try and avoid initiative unless you guys want to outright it, but that's your call.
Hints.
I mean, it's up to you guys.
All right.
Do a persuasion check, Luke.
Yeah, I guess we can roll into initiative to give you guys a you actually do your actions in.
Well, do I have an opportunity at this stage to move away from the hole?
Yes, you do.
All right.
We've tried this once before with a spider. I take out my last flask of oil and call out to Salturum, let's light them up.
Wait. Towers don't burn, huts do.
Hmm.
What was your int?
What's your passive nature? Do you understand that fire burns? Do you understand that wood burns but stone doesn't?
All right, seeing the lack of interest from my comrades,
Well, we can go outside and do that. We can go outside and light the
burn the
place
whole
up.
hut down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything that's in
that's
there gets
amazing.
destroyed.
It's not exactly wood downstairs that we know of, so it'll probably just sit down in its cave.
And any
Big.
evidence that we have that that this is the guys also dies with.
Yeah.
As opposed to it getting out of the hut and the evidence dying with us.
It's shambling, not a running mound.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if I can identify a creature?
To identify it.
Mm.
Go for it. for a 16. All right. So as you cast your knowledge across your various magical schools, it doesn't actually. You don't seem to recognize any particular description for this monster, particularly one that would use the remains of, from the looks of things, several other creatures in order to survive. Now, the closest thing that you can think of would be a creature which is commonly known as a skeletal juggernaut by those in the more professional side of things, but this one still doesn't seem to be quite matching that description. The biggest thing about skeletal juggernauts is that they are considered unstable as far as magical constructs go, and are liable to kind of self-destruct after some time into their component pieces.
Is it unable to get through the hole in a way, like, is it like it will never get through the hole, or if we stand around waiting, it's going to get through the hole?
Well, it's tearing up the floorboards, so...
You sure you don't want to burn the hut down on top of it?
Why?
Because I think I'd rather fight a skeletal juggernaut after a burning hut has been dropped on its head than before.
Let's just move away. When it eventually comes out, we'll get it at range.
All right.
I've collected all the books that were in this place.
Oh.
So unless anyone can see any other documents or any other evidence which might give us an indication of what's going on here, I think, burning the hut down has, some sound advantages in terms of at least our capacity to flee.
Or we can just kill it.
Go. Okay.
Yeah. Kill
What
it.
were you going to say?
What
We
Olga
can
always
just kill
says, kill it.
Jump in there and kill it then.
We just hit it until it stops moving, and we win.
Okay.
So do we take up defensive positions outside the hut so that it doesn't rip the floor out from underneath us?
Yeah.
That's what I think I'm going to do.
This is not a very good plan, guys, on either side. This thing looks gigantic and looks like it will be a real motherfucker to kill. So
I can't see it, so
Does it?
I can't see the map, so I don't know how big this is.
Well, I hit it with a fairly good burning hands, and it doesn't seem to have done a significant amount of damage to it.
The same thing happened to the spider.
Is that a correct assessment there, Sam, in terms of my observation of what my burning hands spelled into it?
Correct. It doesn't look like it did much damage.
Do you know how fast these things move?
With a 16, just judging by its previous, everything, you aren't going to be expecting much of it in terms of movement.
So let's bang fucking pots together and make it come out, and we'll take turns shooting it.
Pigeon shoot. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm almost inclined to hit it again and then flee outside, or alternatively, we can just light the place up and wait for it to exude itself from that hole from the burning building.
Can I see it?
Not from your current position.
Could I? How close would I have to be able to see it?
Well, it's down a hole down to the the basement layer of the house.
But it's reaching up to smash to grab things, isn't it?
It's reaching up to try and pull down the floorboards.
What do we see when it reaches up? Do we see hands?
You see what looks like a mass of flesh. In some cases, you can actually see individual arms acting as a giant hole, but it looks like it's just a pound of flesh just kind of trying to pull things down. All right.
I get out of the hut. There is no way I'm staying in this hut. I get out of the hut.
Okay. So Nero nopes out towards land. Okay, one more action from each of you, and then I'll force you into.
I am going to go to here, shoot it with my cantrip, which is Mind Sliver.
Intelligence save. Okay.
And it gets a minus, or a D4 subtracted from the number it rolled for its saves.
I think it got a 1, but I'm fairly sure I rolled that weirdly. Let me just double check and see if I did that right. Okay, yep, it looks like I just balked the thing. Give me a sec. The 20 minus 2. There we go. That's an actual roll. Either way, it's a 4, so... And you said it subtracts 4 as well?
D4 from any save.
All right. Well, apparently it gets a natural 0. Sorry, an unnatural 0. So it definitely fails.
Okay. And then I'll walk out the door to where I can still see it. Can I still see it at all?
Nope. Because that would pass through a wall.
Well, that's not really water, though, is it? So there.
It's like bog. So you might be able to hold yourself over the bridge. All right. So when you use Mind Sliver on this particular creature, it gives a strange tremble, and then it just kind of seems to flatten out as if it seems to be losing cohesion space components. It seems otherwise fine. It's just unable to kind of do something at the moment.
Oh, psychic damage works. Good.
All right. Coming from Ogre or...
I guess I'll just leave the house as well and get ready for battle.
All right.
Chuck a chair at it.
The Aussie style.
All right. And I have one movement left, don't I, Sam?
Soltorum? Yep.
I'm going to hit it with a firebolt and run out the door.
All righty. Roll me damage. With a 12. Unfortunately, this one does not actually hit. All right, so your bolt goes past it and impacts into the wall, which, again, being wood... Oh, wait, no, with the 12, actually it impacts into it directly, but it looks like the flames just roll off of it directly. So, you guys flee out of the hut, and you guys hear a bit of a roar as it seems to, and the sound of splintering wood. It seems like it is trying to actually pull in the hut on top of it. Now, as it does so, you guys can hear a bit of a creaky moaning sound. And as you look, you can also see that the hut is beginning to wobble a little bit on its foundations. It doesn't look like this hut is at all stable.
Okay.
It's not a stable. It's a hut.
Boom, boom. Do we want to hit it, Michael? I mean, George, with your flask of oil, and I can hit it with a firebolt, light this thing up.
Yeah. Yep. I throw my. I throw the.
Are we sure that there's nothing else in there?
Yeah,
We've all
there might
searched
be
it, haven't we?
No,
in
not
the
really.
basement.
Didn't someone roll a natural 20 on the inside that found the hatch?
No, I got like 18.
So we haven't searched it.
Yeah.
I don't think we should burn it.
What's
It's likely to move at like a snail's pace. We can just shoot the bloody thing if it comes out of there. Let it be.
Sounds
And then we'll
like it's
search the hut.
Pulling the hut down on itself.
Yeah.
All right, I'm happy enough with that.
All right.
All right, so you're just going to leave it be and let it topple the house on it?
When I say let it be, I mean let it hurt itself and then we will kill it afterwards. I'm saying don't burn the hut.
That's unless it's just trying to pull the hut down on top of itself and seal itself in underground to get away from us.
That doesn't make sense.
All right.
Well, that's what it seems to be doing, though.
So
the phrase "pulling the house down on itself" has been used.
Can we make a check to see what we think that if it's trying to cover itself with a hut or whether it's trying to get out?
Sure. Roll me insight. $18. All right. So as Tinkrit eyes off its movements, it doesn't necessarily seem like it's behind its movements. It seems more like it's reacting than anything else. So you are under the assumption it's not necessarily trying to cover itself up for any defensive measure. It just seems to be lashing out at you guys being irritants near it.
Well, there's a few of us with save 20s.
I've got 2 of them, so...
Yeah, I've got 2 of them also.
Do we want to use a 20, though, on trying to work out what it's doing, or just attacking it?
I was thinking doing a quick search for the 20. We'll find it and then get the hell out.
Right.
And then you can blow it up.
All right.
What do you guys think?
Oh, that sounds reasonable.
I
Do you
guess
wanna use it?
the question I've got is, this thing didn't make itself.
No, it did not.
The
That would lead towards Trinket's plan.
yeah. So I think we wait for us to be able to start shooting it, and then we start shooting it.
Or we just wait for it to calm down. It might just calm down if we back off, and then Trinket can run in and do an inspection. And that might be the best strategy.
Cool.
All right, we agreed?
Yep.
Luke,
All right.
Rob,
So what is your final decided plan?
we are going to back off from the house to see if it calms down. If it does calm down, I think we're using one of our natural 20s for Trinket to go in and conduct a thorough search of the dwelling to see if there's any more evidence or clues as to exactly who created it or what's been going on.
Alrighty then. So your character's going to back off, and you watch as the creature doesn't seem to actually calm down. The house begins to more increasingly begin to tilt and sway on its particular foundations, and there is a loud cracking noise as part of the roof caves in on the top floor. It looks like the remainder of the house might not actually have long.
There's 2 floors to the house.
So the ground floor that you entered in on and the basement floor.
Oh, the basement, okay.
And then presumably the roof.
Yeah. The basement, which is full of a writhing mass of...
You know what I'm going to do? I want to push the table in and then let the bloody thing can climb out of the table.
All right. Roll me a strength check.
No, I'm going to direct one of my friends to do that. 'Cause that's... Underling.
Good leaders lead from the front, Trinket.
Well, my name's Tinkrit, so that won't be me.
That wasn't a mistake in the way I pronounced your name.
Yeah, I can't do this. I'm not strong enough. Someone else needs to do it.
You're the ideas man.
That's right. Oh, I'm the manager.
I can't do it. I'm only upper management.
Olga, can you push the table in?
All right. But I want a fucking race for this.
Well, seeing you're getting paid nothing, I'll give you 100% raise.
Deal.
Like every boss I've ever known.
So athletics or just strength?
Which one would you prefer? I'd probably say just strength, unless you want to be fancy about it.
Just go strength then.
All right. Oh, that was nearly a 1. Okay, with the 22. So it looks like this particular table seems to be made of driftwood, and when you heft it up, it seems far lighter than you were actually expecting, to the point that you nearly yeet it through the ceiling. So, without too much of an issue, you should be able to drop it directly on the monster, or next to, your call.
I'd prefer on.
On? Alright. So, there is a squelch as you drop this table onto the creature. It gives a bit of a gurgling sound. It doesn't seem to outright be enraged by it, but it begins to kind of move and attempt to stand up on the table. From there, it's able to reach up and slowly begins pulling itself over the trapdoor.
Cool.
Can
Can I back out of the house?
Sorry?
Can I back out of the hut?
Yes, you may. All right. So as it goes, it's it does have vision. It just, you aren't entirely sure exactly which eyeball it's using, but it seems to be tracking your movement and claws towards you as you head towards the door.
Can we all start shooting it or not yet?
You can all start shooting it if you'd like.
Pew pew pew. I'm gonna do the that ray again.
The ray?
The ray.
Which ray?
The mind sliver.
Oh, Mind Sliver. That one. All right. Fair enough. All right. And let's do that D20. 20 minus 2. I remember because I was not a dub. Well, that is a 10. All right. So I'm assuming it failed again. All right. So this particular creature, whatever it seems to be made out, doesn't seem to be up to the standards of actually engaging in combat. It just seems to be a mindless creature attempting to try and destroy anything that's nearby. As you guys begin to attack it from afar, you do watch with a little bit of horror as what looks like a humanoid face, which vaguely looks like a soldier that you recognize from around the camps, suddenly pops out of the mass, but is just as quickly absorbed. Taking pot shots from it from afar, it takes you maybe about 5 minutes of just slowly backing up and shooting at it before it just shudders and eventually collapses.
That face that popped out, did it seem to be sentient?
It did not.
Cool.
It didn't.
It did not.
Okay. All right. So, are we're outside. Should we switch to the outside then?
The previous map? I mean, if you'd like.
Well, I think we're all. It's now taken down, so let's head in and.
Is it outside or inside?
Yeah. Now we can have a look at our leisure, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Can I just?
I mean, can I just say,
it
looks like.
Sure?
Sorry?
Can I just stab it a few times to make sure instead?
Sure. There is the squelching noise, but otherwise it seems unresponsive at all.
Cool.
Can I say, guys, if it looks like a skeletal juggernaut, there is a prospect that it could, which is what I think it kind of looks like. Sometimes they have a tendency of creating other skeletal creatures out of them after they disintegrate like this. So we should just be cautious.
Let's dismember it then.
Yeah, let's continue to do that.
Just hacks away for the next few hours.
Yeah, it's a good 20 minutes.
We'll make Olga happy.
Yeah, we would.
Give himself a workout, tire himself out before bedtime. All right, so you guys begin to slowly dissect the creature by hacking it apart, presumably. Over the course of that, those of you with a passive medicine of 14, do any of you have that?
No, 12.
Same.
Okay. Those of you who can count do notice that there seems to be what looks like the remnants of about 5 different sets of bones and skeletons contained within the fleshy mass of whatever this creature was.
Great.
Can I do a thorough investigation? I go down to the basement and see what's down there.
Okay. Roll me either perception or investigation. Okay. So when Nero goes down there, and when he gets down there, what you can it seems to be a laboratory, for a lack of better term. There are about 5 slab beds, which seem to have a pool of dried blood encrusted on all of them, along with several other bodily fluids. Lined around the wall, you can also see several implements, mostly medicinal kind, as if scalpels, saws, that sort of thing. Basically, it looks like the instruments you would need to necessarily kind of dissect and cut up dead creatures.
It's the reanimator.
Sorry?
The reanimator?
Oh, sure, let's go with that. Aside from that, unfortunately, Nero's knowledge of Arcana is nearly high enough to kind of figure out exactly what everything is down here. But at the very least, you are able to ascertain it doesn't look like there's any more threats down here.
Guys, you got to come check this out. It's weird.
I might come down and have a look as well and roll an Arcana check.
Yep, sure thing.
I'm going to investigate as well. Try anyway.
I'm just
15.
going to continue hacking that body.
Arcana of 15. And an okie doke. So with your investigation of 12 Tinkerip, you are able to see that there are signs of what looks like a hasty packing. It looks like whatever mage owned this particular shack and presumably the premises attached to it left in a very big hurry, probably maybe about less than 10 hours ago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
With the Arcana of 15, however, Solturum, as you begin to approach the work table, you are able to find what looks like a small journal written in a fairly common cipher, which is pretty common for mages attempting to try and hide their work, but don't actually want to put in any extra effort to obscure what it is. After a quick read over, you are able to this particular mage was looking for a way to create, for a lack of a better term, a more cost-effective undead eidolon in order to go through and do heavy-duty, heavier duties. Judging from its... Sorry?
An undead what, sorry?
Undead eidolon. So a undead construct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It looks like if he had gotten this absolutely correct, even though you can see that there are several cases of his spell work absolutely failing. If he had gotten it correct, it looks like his outright aim was to create a undead construct, which would have been capable of leveling forests in far shorter a time than any normal zombie would be able to do so. It doesn't look like he was able to get necessarily too far, but as you turn over the journal, you can see that a majority of this workbook has actually been torn out.
Oh.
Do I am I able to examine the level of the mage at all in terms of how powerful they were?
The level of the what?
Like how powerful the mage was that created the construct?
You aren't necessarily able to ascertain that from the journal itself.
What about from my examination of the creature?
Again, you're not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm.
You're good at math. You got a good roll. It's not quite that good though.
But it'd be fair to deduce that this isn't a novice sort of work.
Sorry?
It's fair to say this isn't a novice.
That's correct. So it looks like he may have had these premises for quite some time before it was stumbled upon.
So how did he know 10 hours ago to run away? Maybe, I suppose the thing didn't work, and so he was scared of it.
Who knows? All right. Who knows, he says mysteriously.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So you have been able to successfully clear this out. You took longer with the initial battle combat than I was expecting, and slower. And yeah, we managed to avoid the boss fight altogether. You guys, what would you like to do to kind of cap this off? There aren't any dangers in particular left around here, and you've gotten the majority of the important items. So how would you like to cap this off and report back to the army?
Well, you said there was bits of uniform left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to take that with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bits of uniform can be used to vaguely identify the patrolman. It's enough that the army commander are able to ascertain that this was their missing patrol.
Is there like a senior a senior sorcerer traveling with the army at all?
Not really.
Are there any sorcerers or mages traveling with the wizards traveling with the army?
There are a few military mages. For the most part, they are more war mages than anything else, but they do have a decent grounding. Most of these have been sent by the crown. Anyone more important will basically be traveling to this fort once it's more firmly established.
All right. I might just keep the. I think we should. Do we tell the military the command about the spellbook, or just what that actually means in terms of we've come across a spellcaster of some kind who has been creating it, or attempting to create what looks like a immensely powerful undead creature, but who seems to have fled their laboratory before we arrived.
Yeah, without completing it. Yeah, we should.
Without completing it. All right,
And
we tell them that.
we can't tell if, well, certainly he wasn't lying in wait for the army. He'd been there for years. It was more opportunistic, by the looks of it, when the patrol came by.
All right. Just to give you guys some general rewards. Solturum, you have a +3 to your Arcana, I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, what would Tinkerit's passive Arcana be?
It is 10.
10? All right. Would you be able to roll an active Arcana for me?
Sure. Ha!
Alrighty. So no worries then. So, I will spells that Solturum will be learning from some of these spell books that he picked up from the mages, the 3 books upstairs. So I'll send those through to you a little bit later. Unfortunately, Tinkerit, a lot of this seems to actually be above your
Pay grade.
your pay grade a little bit. So you're not going to be able to learn any particular powers from.
Can I use one of my 20s?
I can allow you to use a 20 if you would like.
Yeah, well, because I don't know, how's that working in this thing?
Yep. Well, if you want to use the one, then I'll just subtract it from your total.
Okay. Yep. I'll use 1.
Yep. Okay. So that'll bring you down to 1 in total. All right. Can I get Luke and Rob? Can you guys please roll me a 1d3?
Where do I roll that from?
Just roll that in the chat.
In the. Okay.
So I got a 1.
Oh no, sorry, I apologize. Other Luke, Solturum needs to roll it 1d. Luke F. Sorry,
3.
I need to include the initials.
I rolled 3.
You rolled a 3. Ooh, very nice. Okay, so in that case, Solturum has learned a level 3 spell. Obviously, you're not actually going to be able to use it for quite a while.
What? I'm sorry, you broke up then.
Oh, apologies. How's that?
Yeah, a level what spell?
You've learned a level 3 spell, so it's not something you're going to be able to use for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But pretty much in that time, I'm just going to assume that your character is going to be working through the spell book to attempt to learn it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to the appropriate level, you will have that automatic breakthrough, or you now have the magic to cast it, whichever.
Mm-hmm.
In this particular case, you have a spell which is called Grey Mantle. It is a necromantic spell, so I don't know whether you might have issues morally doing so. but a skull-shaped cloud of grey energy strikes your target, covering them with a dull haze. Make a ranged spell attack to hit. For as long as this spell is active, the subject cannot regain hit points in any way, including magical spells, items, or through regeneration.
Ooh.
That's nice.
Mm.
Alrighty, and Rob, what was yours?
3.
Oh, you also got a 3. Okay, so likewise, you're going to experience something similar. Yours is also a necromantic spell. In particular, yours is called Bone Shape. You can mold and shape non-living, non-animate bone into whatever shape you want, and can even join multiple bones together to form larger objects. The bone cannot be attached to or inside a living creature, although you may shape bones that are inside a corpse that still has flesh on its bones. Nor can the bones be part of a construct or undead creature, though the bones can later be animated. Can also be cast on teeth, claws, chitin, cartilage, horn, antler, and you can use this spell to blend those substances together into a single substance.
Right. So I can make a weapon out of it?
You can make a weapon out of it.
Okay.
That was a
Sorry.
confirmation. Sorry.
Sorry, Sam. What was the name of my spell again?
Grey Mantle.
Are you able to post the description in chat or something?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I will put that in now. So, I'm going to tentatively offer, would you like to learn one of the other 2 spells that you have available with that other 20, or are you good for now?
I don't know what rules you're playing here. You know how you used to kind of in the other one, if you had a D20, you could get a magic item or something.
Yep.
Does that happen here as well, or?
Because it's going to be a more persistent campaign, I'm being a little bit looser with it. If you don't expend a 20 in this session, basically I just consider it unspent until such time as you spend it, even if it's 2 sessions from now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll hold on to it then.
Hold on to it? Sure thing. All right, and Luke F., you do also have 1 natural previous session that you have unexpended. Did you want to use that or save that still?
Save it.
Save it? All right.
Yeah.
So, how many nat 20s do I have to trade in for a feat?
For a feat. None of those. I won't do that one. I'll do anything for my players, but I won't do that. I figured we needed more 80s references.
Is that the same? So Meatloaf's all right then?
Yep. See, Meatloaf, I know. Okie doke. So, yes, that is it for the current session, guys. I apologize if it was a bit off. You guys kind of took routes I wasn't honestly expecting in certain places. Again, next time I will do my best to try and ensure that we have a little bit of a shorter battle time and get a little bit more story in. In the meantime, guys, you all have 1 nat 20 stored up, and Nero has 1 nat 1 stored up.
I should have 2 nat 20s.
Oh, you should have 2?
Yes.
Oh, yep. Sorry, I didn't update that one.
I thought I had 1 from last week. I got 2 last week and I used 1.
Yep.
So I got 2 this week and used 1.
Yes, sorry. It's been a long day.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so yes, you still have 2 nat 20s. Olga has 2 as well. And yeah, only one that needs to worry so far is Michael with Nero, who has a nat